He has that cabman's shelter, they say, down there at Butt Bridge. Holohan told me. You know Holohan? Hop and carry one, is it? Miles Crawford said. And poor Gumley is down there too, so he told me, minding stones for the corporation. A night watchman. Stephen turned in surprise. Gumley? He said. You don't say so? A friend of my father's, is it? Never mind Gumley, Miles Crawford cried angrily. Let Gumley mind the stones, see they don't run away. Look at here. What did Ignatius Gallagher do? I'll tell you. Inspiration of genius. Cabled right away. Have you Weekly Freeman of 17th of March? Right. Have you got that? He flung back pages of the files and stuck his finger on a point. Take page 4, advertisement for Bransom's coffee, let us say. Have you got that? Right. The telephone word. A distant voice. I'll answer it, the professor said, going. B is Parkgate. Good. His finger leaped and struck point after point, vibrating. T is Viceregal Lodge. C is where murder took place. K is Knockmaroon Gate. The loose flesh of his neck shook like a cockswaddle's. An ill-starched dicky jutted up and with a rude gesture he thrust it back into his waistcoat. Hello? Evening Telegraph here, hello? Who's there? Yes, yes, yes. After P is the root skin. The goat drove the car for an alibi, in Chukor, Round Town, Windy Arbor, Palmerston Park, Rainaway. FABP got that? X is Davies Public House in Upper Leeson Street. The professor came to the inner door. Bloom is at the telephone, he said. Tell him go to hell, the editor said promptly. X is Davies Public House, see? Clever, very clever, Lenihan said. Very. Gave it to them on a hot plate, Miles Crawford said, the whole bloody history. Nightmare from which you will never awake. I saw it, the editor said proudly. I was present. Dick Adams, the best-hearted bloody corkman the Lord ever put the breath of life in, and myself. Lenihan bowed to a shape of air, announcing, Madam, I'm Adam. And able was I ere I saw Elba. History. Miles Crawford cried. The old woman of Prince's Street was there first. There was weeping and gnashing of teeth over that. Out of an advertisement. Gregor Gray made the design for it. That gave him the leg up. Then Paddy Hooper worked Taipei, who took him onto the Star. Now he's got in with Blumenfeld. That's press. That's talent. Piet. He was all their daddies. The father of scare journalism, Lenihan confirmed, and the brother-in-law of Chris Callanan. Hello? Are you there? Yes, he's here still. Come across yourself. Where do you find a pressman like that now, eh? The editor cried. He flung the pages down. Clam Deaver, Lenihan said to Mr. O'Madden Burke. Very smart, Mr. O'Madden Burke said. Professor McHugh came from the inner office. Talking about the Invincibles, he said, did you see that some hawkers were up before the recorder? Oh yes, J. O'Malloy said eagerly. Lady Dudley was walking home through the park to see all the trees that were blown down by that cyclone last year and thought she'd buy a view of Dublin. And it turned out to be a commemoration postcard of Joe Brady or Number 1 or Skin the Goat. Right outside the Viceregal Lodge, imagine. They're only in the hook and eye department, Miles Crawford said. Shaw. Press and the bar. Where have you a man now at the bar like those fellows, like Whiteside, like Isaac Butt, like Silvertongue O'Hagan? Eh? Ah, bloody nonsense. Shaw. Only in the halfpenny place. His mouth continued to twitch, unspeaking in nervous curls of disdain. Would anyone wish that mouth for her kiss? How do you know? Why did you write it then? Rhymes and reasons. Mouth, south. Is the mouth south some way? Or the south a mouth? Must be some. South, pout, out, shout, dearth. Rhymes, two men dressed the same, looking the same, 2 by 2, lot to a pace, che parlor tepius. Mentre il vento, comfa, seat hace. He saw them 3 by 3, approaching girls, in green, in rose, in russet, entwining, per liter air perso, in mauve, in purple, quella pacifica orae fiamma, gold of oriflamme, dirimur fapu ardenti. But I old men, penitent, leaden-footed, underdark neath the night, mouth south, tomb womb. Speak up for yourself, Mr. O'Madden Burke said. Sufficient for the day, J. O'Malley, smiling palely, took up the gauge. My dear Miles, he said, flinging his cigarette aside, you put a false construction on my words. I hold no brief, as at present advised, for the third profession qua profession, but your cork legs are running away with you. Why not bring in Henry Graddon and Flood and Demosthens and Edmund Burke? Ignatius Gallagher we all know, and his Chapley's odd boss, Harmsworth of the Farthing Press, and his American cousin of the Bowery gutter sheet, not to mention Paddy Kelly's budget, occurrences, and our watchful friend the Skibbereen Eagle. Why bring in a master of forensic eloquence like Whiteside? Sufficient for the day is the newspaper thereof. Links with bygone days of your Graddon and Flood wrote for this very paper, the editor cried in his face. Irish volunteers. Where are you now? Established 1763. Dr. Lucas. Who have you now like John Philpott Curran? Shaw. Well, J. O'Malley said, Bush KC, for example. Bush? The editor said. Well, yes, Bush, yes. He has a strain of it in his blood. Kendall Bush, or I mean Seymour Bush. He would have been on the bench long ago, the professor said, only for, but no matter. J. O'Malley turned to Stephen and said quietly and slowly, one of the most polished periods I think I ever listened to in my life fell from the lips of Seymour Bush. It was in that case of fratricide, the child's murder case. Bush defended him. And in the porches of mine ear did pour. By the way, how did he find that out? He died in his sleep. Or the other story, beast with two backs? What was that? The professor asked. Italia, Magistra Artium. He spoke on the law of evidence, J. O'Malley said, of Roman justice as contrasted with the earlier Mosaic Code, the Lex Talionis. And he cited the Moses of Michelangelo in the Vatican. Ha! A few echoes and words, Lenihan prefaced. Silence. Pause. J. O'Malley took out his cigarette case. False lull. Something quite ordinary. Messenger took out his matchbox thoughtfully and lit his cigar. I have often thought since, on looking back over that strange time, that it was that small act, trivial in itself, that striking of that match, that determined the whole aftercourse of both our lives. A polished period. J. O'Malley resumed, molding his words, he said of it, that stony effigy in frozen music, horned and terrible, of the human form divine, that eternal symbol of wisdom and of prophecy which, if aught that the imagination or the hand of sculptor has wrought in marble of soul transfigured and of soul transfiguring, deserves to live. His slim hand with a wave graced echo and fall. Fine. Miles Crawford said at once. The divine afflatus, Mr. O'Madden Burke said. You like it? J. O'Malley asked Stephen. Stephen, his blood wooed by grace of language and gesture, blushed. He took a cigarette from the case. J. O'Malley offered his case to Miles Crawford. Lenihan lit their cigarettes as before and took his trophy, saying, Much obus, thank obus. A man of high morale. Professor McGinnis was speaking to me about you, J. O'Malley said to Stephen. What do you think really of that hermetic crowd, the Opal Hush poets, A.E., the master mystic? That Blavatsky woman started it. She was a nice old bag of tricks. A.E. has been telling some Yankee interviewer that you came to him in the small hours of the morning to ask him about planes of consciousness. McGinnis thinks you must have been pulling A.E.'s leg. He is a man of the very highest morale, McGinnis. Speaking about me. What did he say? What did he say about me? Don't ask. No, thanks, Professor McHugh said, waving the cigarette case aside. Wait a moment. Let me say one thing. The finest display of oratory I ever heard was a speech made by John F. Taylor at the College Historical Society. Mr. Justice Fitzgibbon, the present Lord Justice of Appeal, had spoken, and the paper under debate was an essay, new for those days, advocating the revival of the Irish tongue. He turned towards Miles Crawford and said, "You know Gerald Fitzgibbon. Then you can imagine the style of his discourse. He is sitting with Tim Healy, J. O'Malley said, rumor has it, on the Trinity College Estates Commission. He is sitting with a sweet thing," Miles Crawford said, "in a child's frock. Go on." Well? It was the speech, mark you, the professor said, of a finished orator, full of courteous haughtiness and pouring in chastened diction. I will not say the violence of his wrath, but pouring the proud man's contumely upon the new movement. It was then a new movement. We were weak, therefore worthless. He closed his long thin lips an instant, but, eager to be on, raised an outspanned hand to his spectacles and, with trembling thumb and ring finger touching lightly the black rims, steadied them to a new focus. Impromptu in ferial tone he addressed J. O'Malley. Taylor had come there, you must know, from a sickbed. That he had prepared his speech I do not believe, for there was not even one shorthand writer in the hall. His dark clean face had a growth of shaggy beard round it. He wore a loose white silk neckcloth, and altogether he looked, though he was not, a dying man. His gaze turned at once but slowly from J. O'Malley's towards Stephen's face, and then bent at once to the ground, seeking. His unglazed linen collar appeared behind his bent head, soiled by his withering hair. Still seeking, he said. When Fitzgibbon's speech had ended, John F. Taylor rose to reply. Briefly, as well as I can bring them to mind, his words were these. He raised his head firmly. His eyes bethought themselves once more. Witless shellfish swam in the gross lenses to and fro, seeking outlet. He began, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, great was my admiration in listening to the remarks addressed to the youth of Ireland a moment since by my learned friend. It seemed to me that I had been transported into a country far away from this country, into an age remote from this age, that I stood in ancient Egypt, and that I was listening to the speech of some high priest of that land addressed to the youthful Moses. His listeners held their cigarettes poised to hear, their smokes ascending in frail stalks that flowered with his speech. And let our crooked smokes. Noble words coming. Look out. Could you try your hand at it yourself? And it seemed to me that I heard the voice of that Egyptian high priest raised in a tone of like haughtiness and like pride. I heard his words, and their meaning was revealed to me. From the fathers it was revealed to me that those things are good which yet are corrupted, which neither if they were supremely good nor unless they were good could be corrupted. Ah, curse you! That's St. Augustine. Why will you Jews not accept our culture, our religion and our language? You are a tribe of nomad herdsmen, we are a mighty people. You have no cities nor no wealth, our cities are hives of humanity, and our galleys, trireme and quadrireme, laden with all manner merchandise, furrow the waters of the known globe. You have but emerged from primitive conditions, we have a literature, a priesthood, an age-long history and a polity. Nile. Child, man, effigy. By the Nile bank the babe Mary's kneel, cradle of bulrushes, a man supple in combat, stone-horned, stone-bearded, heart of stone. You pray to a local and obscure idol. Our temples, majestic and mysterious, are the abodes of Isis and Osiris, of Horus and Amun-Ra. Yours serfdom, awe and humbleness, ours thunder and the seas. Israel is weak and few are her children, Egypt is an host and terrible are her arms. Vagrants and day laborers are you called, the world trembles at our name. A dumb belch of hunger cleft his speech. He lifted his voice above it boldly, but, ladies and gentlemen, had the youthful Moses listened to and accepted that view of life, had he bowed his head and bowed his will and bowed his spirit before that arrogant admonition, he would never have brought the chosen people out of their house of bondage, nor followed the pillar of the cloud by day. He would never have spoken with the eternal amid lightnings on Sinai's mountaintop, nor ever have come down with the light of inspiration shining in his countenance and bearing in his arms the tables of the law, graven in the language of the outlaw. He ceased and looked at them, enjoying a silence ominous for him. J. O'Malley said, not without regret, and yet he died without having entered the land of promise. A sudden, at the moment, though, from lingering illness, often, previously, expectorated, demise, Lenihan added. And with a great future behind him. The troop of bare feet was heard rushing along the hallway and pattering up the staircase. That is oratory, the professor said, uncontradicted. Gone with the wind. Hosts at Malagmest and Terra of the Kings. Miles of years of porches. The tribune words, howled and scattered to the four winds. A people sheltered within his voice. Dead noise. Akashic records of all that ever anywhere wherever was. Love and laud him, me no more. I have money. Gentlemen, Stephen said. As the next motion on the agenda paper, may I suggest that the House do now adjourn? You take my breath away. It is not perchance a French compliment? Mr. O'Madden Burke asked. 'Tis the hour, methinks, when the wine jug, metaphorically speaking, is most grateful in ye ancient hostelry. That it be, and hereby is resolutely resolved. All that are in favor say aye, Lenihan announced. The contrary no. I declare it carried. To which particular boosing shed? My casting vote is, Mooney's. He led the way, admonishing, we will sternly refuse to partake of strong waters, will we not? Yes, we will not. By no manner of means. Mr. O'Madden Burke, following close, said with an ally's lunge of his umbrella, lay on, Macduff. Chip of the old block. The editor cried, clapping Stephen on the shoulder. Let us go. Where are those blasted keys? He fumbled in his pocket, pulling out the crushed type sheets. Foot and mouth. I know. That'll be all right. That'll go in. Where are they? That's all right. He thrust the sheets back and went into the inner office. Let us hope J. O'Malley, about to follow him in, said quietly to Stephen, I hope you will live to see it published. Miles, one moment. He went into the inner office, closing the door behind him. Come along, Stephen, the professor said. That is fine, isn't it? It has the prophetic vision. Fuitilium. The sack of windy Troy. Kingdoms of this world. The masters of the Mediterranean are fellahin today. The first newsboy came pattering down the stairs at their heels and rushed out into the street, yelling, Racing Special. Dublin. I have much to learn. They turned to the left along Abbey Street. I have a vision too, Stephen said. Yes? The professor said, skipping to get into step. Crawford will follow. Another newsboy shot past them, yelling as he ran, Racing Special. Dear dirty Dubliners. 2 Dublin Vestals, Stephen said, elderly and pious, had lived 50 and 53 years in Fumbaes Lane. Where is that? The professor asked. Off Blackpits, Stephen said. Damp night reeking of hungry dough. Against the wall. Face glistering tallow under her fustian shawl. Frantic hearts. Akashic records. Quicker, darlint. On now. Dare it. Let there be life. They want to see the views of Dublin from the top of Nelson's Pillar. They save up 3 and 10pence in a red tin letterbox money box. They shake out the threepenny bits and sixpences and coax out the pennies with the blade of a knife. 2 and 3 in silver and 1 and 7 in coppers. They put on their bonnets and best clothes and take their umbrellas for fear it may come on to rain. Wise virgins, Professor McHugh said. Life on the raw. They buy 1 and 4pence worth of brawn and 4 slices of pan loaf at the North City dining rooms in Marlborough Street from Miss Kate Collins, proprietress. They purchase 4 and 20 ripe plums from a girl at the foot of Nelson's Pillar to take off the thirst of the brawn. They give 2 threepenny bits to the gentleman at the turnstile and begin to waddle slowly up the winding staircase, grunting, encouraging each other, afraid of the dark, panting, one asking the other, "Have you the brawn?" praising God and the Blessed Virgin, threatening to come down, peeping at the air slits. Glory be to God. They had no idea it was that high. Their names are Anne Kearns and Florence McCabe. Anne Kearns has the lumbago for which she rubs on lured water, given her by a lady who got a bottle full from a Passionist father. Florence McCabe takes a Crubin and a bottle of XX for supper every Saturday. Antithesis, the professor said, nodding twice. Vestal virgins. I can see them. What's keeping our friend? He turned. A bevy of scampering newsboys rushed down the steps, scattering in all directions, yelling, their white papers fluttering. Hard after them Miles Crawford appeared on the steps, his hat aureoling his scarlet face, talking with J. O'Malloy. Come along, the professor cried, waving his arm. He set off again to walk by Stephen's side. Return of Bloom, yes, he said. I see them. Mr. Bloom, breathless, caught in a whirl of wild newsboys near the offices of the Irish Catholic and Dublin Penny Journal, called, Mr. Crawford. A moment. Telegraph. Racing special. What is it? Miles Crawford said, falling back a pace. A newsboy cried in Mr. Bloom's face, terrible tragedy in Rathmines. A child bit by a bellows. Interview with the editor, just this ad, Mr. Bloom said, pushing through towards the steps, puffing, and taking the cutting from his pocket. I spoke with Mr. Keyes just now. He'll give a renewal for 2 months, he says. After he'll see. But he wants a part to call attention in the Telegraph too, the Saturday Pink. And he wants it copied if it's not too late. I told Councillor Nanetti from the Kilkenny People. I can have access to it in the National Library. House of Keys, don't you see? His name is Keyes. It's a play on the name. But he practically promised he'd give the renewal. But he wants just a little puff. What will I tell him, Mr. Crawford? KMA, will you tell him he can kiss my ass? Miles Crawford said, throwing out his arm for emphasis. Tell him that straight from the stable. A bit nervy. Look out for squalls. All off for a drink. Arm in arm. Lenihan's yachting cap on the catch beyond. Usual blarney. Wonder is that young Daedalus, the moving spirit, has a good pair of boots on him today. Last time I saw him he had his heels on view. Been walking in muck somewhere. Careless chap. What was he doing in Irish Town? Well, Mr. Bloom said, his eyes returning, if I can get the design I suppose it's worth a short par. He'd give the ad, I think. I'll tell him, KMRIA, he can kiss my Royal Irish ass, Miles Crawford cried loudly over his shoulder. Anytime he likes, tell him. While Mr. Bloom stood weighing the point and about to smile, he strode on jerkily. Raising the win nulla bona, Jack, he said, raising his hand to his chin. I'm up to here. I've been through the hoop myself. I was looking for a fellow to back a bill for me no later than last week. Sorry, Jack. You must take the will for the deed. With a heart and a half if I could raise the wind anyhow. J. O'Malloy pulled a long face and walked on silently. They caught up on the others and walked abreast. When they have eaten the brawn and the bread and wiped their 20 fingers in the paper the bread was wrapped in, they go nearer to the railings. Something for you, the professor explained to Miles Crawford. 2 old Dublin women on the top of Nelson's Pillar. Some column exclamation mark. That's what Waddler once said. That's new, Miles Crawford said. That's copy. Out for the waxies, Dargill. 2 old trickies, what? But they are afraid the pillar will fall, Stephen went on. They see the roofs and argue about where the different churches are, Rathmines Blue Dome, Adam and Eve's, St. Lawrence O'Toole's. But it makes them giddy to look, so they pull up their skirts, those slightly rambunctious females. Easy all, Miles Crawford said. No poetic license. We're in the archdiocese here. And settled down on their striped petticoats, peering up at the statue of the unhandled adulterer. Unhandled adulterer. The professor cried. I like that. I see the idea. I see what you mean. Dames donate Dublin Sits speed pills Velocitus Riliths, believe it gives them a crick in their necks, Stephen said, and they are too tired to look up or down or to speak. They put the bag of plums between them and eat the plums out of it, one after another, wiping off with their handkerchiefs the plum juice that dribbles out of their mouths and spitting the plum stone slowly out between the railings. He gave a sudden loud young laugh as a close. Lenihan and Mr. O'Madden Burke, hearing, turned, beckoned and led on across towards Mooney's. Finished? Miles Crawford said. So long as they do no worse. Sophist wallops haughty Helen square on proboscis. Spartans gnash molars. Thakens Valpen is champ. You remind me of Antisthenes, the professor said, a disciple of Gorgias, the sophist. It is said of him that none could tell if he were bitterer against others or against himself. He was the son of a noble and a bondwoman. And he wrote a book in which he took away the palm of beauty from Argive Helen and handed it to poor Penelope. Poor Penelope. Penelope rich. They made ready to cross O'Connell Street. Hello there, Central. At various points along the 8 lines tramcars with motionless trolleys stood in their tracks, bound for or from Rathmines, Rathfarnham, Blackrock, Kingstown, and Dalkey, Sandymount Green, Ringsend, and Sandymount Tower, Donnybrook, Palmerston Park, and Upper Rathmines, all still, becalmed in short circuit. Hackney cars, cabs, delivery wagons, mail vans, private broughams, aerated mineral water floats with rattling crates of bottles, rattled, rolled, horsey-drawn, rapidly. What ? And likewise, where? But what do you call it? Miles Crawford asked. Where did they get the plums? Virgilian, says pedagogue. Sophomore plumps for old man Moses. Call it, wait, the professor said, opening his long lips wide to reflect. Call it, let me see. Call it, Deus nobis hecota fecit. No, Stephen said. I call it a Pescasite of Palestine or the parable of the plums. I see, the professor said. He laughed richly. I see, he said again with new pleasure. Moses and the Promised Land. We gave him that idea, he added to J. O'Malloy. Horatio is cynosure this fair June day. J. O'Malloy sent a weary sidelong glance towards the statue and held his peace. I see, the professor said. He halted on Sir John Gray's pavement island and peered aloft at Nelson through the meshes of his wry smile. Diminished digits proved too titillating for frisky frumps. Anne Wimbles, FLO Wangles, yet can you blame them? Unhandled adulterer, he said smiling grimly. That tickles me, I must say. Tickled the old ones too, Miles Crawford said, if the God Almighty's truth was known. Pineapple rock, lemon plat, butterscotch. A sugar-sticky girl shoveling scoopfuls of creams for a Christian brother. Some school treat. Bad for their tummies. Lozenge and comfit manufacturer to His Majesty the King. God save our. Sitting on his throne sucking red jujubes white. A somber YMCA young man, watchful among the warm sweet fumes of Graham lemons, placed a throwaway in a hand of Mr. Bloom. Heart-to-heart talks. Blue, me? No. Blood of the Lamb. His slow feet walked him riverward, reading. Are you saved? All are washed in the blood of the Lamb. God wants blood victim. Birth, hymen, martyr, war, foundation of a building, sacrifice, kidney burnt offering, druids' altars. Elijah is coming. Dr. John Alexander Dowie, restorer of the church in Zion, is coming. Is coming. Is coming. Is coming. All heartily welcome. Paying game. Tory and Alexander last year. Polygamy. His wife will put the stopper on that. Where was that ad? Some Birmingham firm. The luminous crucifix. Our Savior. Wake up in the dead of night and see him on the wall, hanging. Pepper's ghost idea. Iron nails ran in. Phosphorus it must be done with. If you leave a bit of codfish for instance. I could see the bluey silver over it. Night I went down to the pantry in the kitchen. Don't like all the smells in it waiting to rush out. What was it she wanted? The Malaga raisins. Thinking of Spain. Before Rudy was born. The phosphorescence, that bluey-greeny. Very good for the brain. From Butler's Monument House corner he glanced along Bachelor's Walk. Daedalus' daughter there still outside Dylan's auction rooms. Must be selling off some old furniture. Knew her eyes at once from the father. Lobbing about waiting for him. Home always breaks up when the mother goes. 15 children he had. Birth every year almost. That's in their theology, or the priest won't give the poor woman the confession, the absolution. Increase and multiply. Did you ever hear such an idea? Eat you out of house and home. No families themselves to feed. Living on the fat of the land. Their butteries and larders. I'd like to see them do the black fast Yom Kippur. Cross buns. One meal and a collation for fear he'd collapse on the altar. A housekeeper of one of those fellows if you could pick it out of her. Never pick it out of her. Like getting LSD out of him. Does himself well. No guests. All for number one. Watching his water. Bring your own bread and butter. His reverence, mum's the word. Good Lord, that poor child's dress is in flitters. Underfed she looks too. Potatoes and marge and potatoes. It's after they feel it. Proof of the pudding. Undermines the Constitution. As he set foot on O'Connell Bridge, a puffball of smoke plumed up from the parapet. Brewery barge with export stout. England. Sierra sours it, I heard. Be interesting someday, get a pass through Hancock to see the brewery. Regular world in itself. That's a porter wonderful. Rats get in too. Drink themselves bloated as big as a collie floating. Dead drunk on the porter. Drink till they puke again like Christians. Imagine drinking that. Rats, that's. Well, of course, if we knew all the things. Looking down he saw flapping strongly, wheeling between the gaunt qua walls, gulls. Rough weather outside. If I threw myself down? Reuben J's son must have swallowed a good bellyful of that sewage. 1 and 8pence too much. HHHHM. It's the droll way he comes out with the things. Knows how to tell a story too. They wheeled lower. Looking for grub. Wait. He threw down among them a crumpled paper ball. Elijah 32 feet per second is calm. Not a bit. The ball bobbed unheeded on the wake of swells, floated under by the bridge piers. Not such damn fools. Also the day I threw that stale cake out of the Aaron's King picked it up in the wake 50 yards astern. Live by their wits. They wheeled, flapping. The hungry famished gull flaps o'er the waters dull. That is how poets write, the similar sounds. But then Shakespeare has no rhymes, blank verse. The flow of the language it is. The thoughts. Solemn. Hamlet, I am thy father's spirit doomed for a certain time to walk the earth. 2 apples a penny. 2 for a penny. His gaze passed over the glazed apples serried on her stand. Australians they must be this time of year. Shiny peels, polishes them up with a rag or a handkerchief. Wait. Those poor birds. He halted again and bought from the old apple woman 2 banberry cakes for a penny and broke the brittle paste and threw its fragments down into the Liffey. See that? The gulls swooped silently, too, then all from their heights, pouncing on prey. Gone. Every morsel. Aware of their greed and cunning he shook the powdery crumb from his hands. They never expected that. Manna. Live on fish, fishy flesh they have, all sea birds. Gulls, sea goose. Swans from Liffey swim down here sometimes to preen themselves. No accounting for tastes. Wonder what kind is swan meat. Robinson Crusoe had to live on them. They wheeled flapping weakly. I'm not going to throw any more. Penny quite enough. Lot of thanks I get. Not even a caw. They spread foot and mouth disease too. If you cram a turkey say on chestnut meal it tastes like that. Eat pig like pig. But then why is it that saltwater fish are not salty? How is that? His eyes sought answer from the river and saw a rowboat rock at anchor on the treacly swells lazily its plastered board. Kinos 11/trousers good idea that. Wonder if he pays rent to the corporation. How can you own water really? It's always flowing in a stream, never the same, which in the stream of life we trace. Because life is a stream. All kinds of places are good for ads. That quack doctor for the club used to be stuck up in all the greenhouses. Never see it now. Strictly confidential. Dr. Henry Franks. Didn't cost him a red like Majinny the Dancing Master self-advertisement. Got fellows to stick them up or stick them up himself for that matter on the Q.T. Running in to loosen a button. Fly by night. Just the place to. Post no bills. Post 110 pills. Some chap with a dose burning him. If he, oh. Eh? No, no. No, no. I don't believe it. He wouldn't surely. No, no. Mr. Bloom moved forward, raising his troubled eyes. Think no more about that. After one. Time ball on the ballast office is down. Done sync time. Fascinating little book that is of Sir Robert Ball's. Parallax. I never exactly understood. There's a priest. Could ask him. Parrots Greek, parallel, parallax. Met him Picos as she called it till I told her about the transmigration. Oh rocks. Mr. Bloom smiled. Oh rocks at two windows of the ballast office. She's right after all. Only big words for ordinary things on account of the sound. She's not exactly witty. Can be rude too. Blurt out what I was thinking. Still, I don't know. She used to say Ben Dollard had a bass barrel tone voice. He has legs like barrels and you'd think he was singing into a barrel. Now, isn't that wit? They used to call him Big Ben. Not half as witty as calling him bass barrel tone. Appetite like an albatross. Get outside of a baron of beef. Powerful man he was at stowing away number one bass. Barrel of bass. See? It all works out. A procession of white-smocked sandwichmen marched slowly towards him along the gutter, scarlet sashes across their boards. Bargains. Like that priest there this morning, we have sinned, we have suffered. He read the scarlet letters on their 5 tall white hats, H-E-L-Y-S Wisdom Hellies. Y lagging behind drew a chunk of bread from under his foreboard, crammed it into his mouth and munched as he walked. Our staple food. 3 bob a day, walking along the gutters, street after street. Just keep skin and bone together, bread and skilly. They are not Boyle, no, Glades men. Doesn't bring in any business either. I suggested to him about a transparent showcart with 2 smart girls sitting inside writing letters, copybooks, envelopes, blotting paper. I bet that would have caught on. Smart girls writing something catch the eye at once. Everyone dying to know what she's writing. Get 20 of them round you if you stare at nothing. Have a finger in the pie. Women too. Curiosity. Pillar of salt. Wouldn't have it of course because he didn't think of it himself first. Or the ink bottle I suggested with a false stain of black celluloid. His ideas for ads like plum trees potted under the obituaries, cold meat department. You can't lick 'em. What? Our envelopes. Hello, Jones, where are you going? Can't stop, Robinson, I am hastening to purchase the only reliable increase or cancel, sold by Helly's Limited, 85 Dame Street. Well out of that ruck I am. Devil of a job it was collecting accounts of those convents. Tranquilla Convent. That was a nice nun there, really sweet face. Wimple suited her small head. Sister? Sister? I am sure she was crossed in love by her eyes. Very hard to bargain with that sort of a woman. I disturbed her at her devotions that morning. But glad to communicate with the outside world. Our great day, she said. Feast of Our Lady of Mount Carmel. Sweet name too, Caramel. She knew I think she knew by the way if she had married she would have changed. I suppose they really were short of money. Fried everything in the best butter all the same. No lard for them. My heart's broke eating dripping. They like buttering themselves in and out. Molly tasting it, her veil up. Sister? Pat Claffey, the pawnbroker's daughter. It was a nun they say invented barbed wire. He crossed Westmoreland Street when *S had plodded by. Rover Cycle Shop. Those races are on today. How long ago is that? Year Phil Gilligan died. We were in Lombard Street West. Wait, was in Tom's. Got the job in Wisdom Helly's year we married. 6 years. 10 years ago, 94 he died. Yes, that's right, the big fire at Arnott's. Val Dillon was Lord Mayor. The Glencree dinner. Alderman Robert O'Reilly emptying the port into his soup before the flag fell. Bob lapping it for the inner alderman. Couldn't hear what the band played. For what we have already received may the Lord make us. Millie was a kiddie then. Molly had that elephant grey dress with the braided frogs. Man tailored with self-covered buttons. She didn't like it because I sprained my ankle first day she wore choir picnic at the Sugar Loaf. As if that. Old Goodwin's tall hat done up with some sticky stuff. Fly's picnic too. Never put a dress on her back like it. Fitted her like a glove, shoulders and hips. Just beginning to plump it out well. Rabbit-bee we had that day. People looking after her. Happy. Happier then. Snug little room that was with the red wallpaper. Dockrells, 1 and 9pence a dozen. Millie's tubbing night. American soap I bought, elderflower. Cozy smell of her bath water. Funny she looked soaped all over. Shapely too. Now photography. Poor Papa's daguerreotype atelier he told me of. Hereditary taste. He walked along the curbstone. Stream of life. What was the name of that priest-looking chap was always squinting in when he passed? Weak eyes, woman. Stopped in Citron's St. Kevin's parade. Penn something. Penn Dennis. My memory is getting. Penn, of course it's years ago. Noise of the trams probably. Well, if he couldn't remember the dayfather's name that he sees every day. Bartale Darcy was the tenor, just coming out then. Seeing her home after practice. Conceited fellow with his waxed-up mustache. Gave her that song Winds That Blow from the South. Windy night that was I went to fetch her there was that lodge meeting on about those lottery tickets after Goodwin's concert in the sup room or oak room of the mansion house. He and I behind. Sheet of her music blew out of my hand against the high school railings. Lucky it didn't. Thing like that spoils the effect of a night for her. Professor Goodwin linking her in front. Shaky on his pins, poor old sot. His farewell concerts. Positively last appearance on any stage. Maybe for months and maybe for never. Remember her laughing at the wind, her blizzard collar up. Corner of Harcourt Road, remember that gust? Perfoo. Blew up all her skirts and her boa nearly smothered old Goodwin. She did get flushed in the wind. Remember when we got home raking up the fire and frying up those pieces of lap of mutton for her supper with the chutney sauce she liked? And the mull drum. Could see her in the bedroom from the hearth unclamping the busk of her stays, white. Swish and soft flop her stays made on the bed. Always warm from her. Always liked to let herself out. Sitting there after till near 2 taking out her hairpins. Millie tucked up in Betty house. Happy. Happy. That was the night. Oh, Mr. Bloom, how do you do? Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Breen? No use complaining. How is Molly those times? Haven't seen her for ages. In the pink, Mr. Bloom said gaily. Millie has a position down in Mullingar, you know. Go away. Isn't that grand for her? Yes. In a photographer's there. Getting on like a house on fire. How are all your charges? All on the baker's list, Mrs. Breen said. How many has she? No other in sight. You're in black, I see. You have no, Mr. Bloom said. I have just come from a funeral. Going to crop up all day, I foresee. Who's dead, when and what did he die of? Turn up like a bad penny. Oh, dear me, Mrs. Breen said. I hope it wasn't any near relation. May as well get her sympathy. Dignam, Mr. Bloom said. An old friend of mine. He died quite suddenly, poor fellow. Heart trouble, I believe. Funeral was this morning. Your funeral's tomorrow while you're coming through the rye. Diddly-diddle-dum-dum diddly-diddle, sad to lose the old friends, Mrs. Breen's womaness said melancholily. Now that's quite enough about that. Just, quietly, husband. And your lord and master? Mrs. Breen turned up her two large eyes. Hasn't lost them anyhow. Oh, don't be talking, she said. He's a caution to rattlesnakes. He's in there now with his law books finding out the law of libel. He has me heart scalded. Wait till I show you. Hot mock turtle vapor and steam of new-baked jam puffs really poured out from Harrison's. The heavy noon reek tickled the top of Mr. Bloom's gullet. Want to make good pastry, butter, best flour, demerara sugar, or they'd taste it with a hot tea. Or is it from her? A barefoot Arab stood over the grating, breathing in the fumes. Deaden the gnaw of hunger that way. Pleasure or pain is it? Penny dinner. Knife and fork chained to the table. Opening her handbag, chipped leather. Hatpin, ought to have a guard on those things. Stick it in a chap's eye in the tram. Rummaging. Open. Money. Please take one. Devils if they lose sixpence. Raise Cain. Husband barging. Where's the 10 shillings I gave you on Monday? Are you feeding your little brother's family? Soiled handkerchief, medicine bottle. Pasta that was fell. What is she? There must be a new moon out, she said. He's always bad then. Do you know what he did last night? Her hand ceased to rummage. Her eyes fixed themselves on him, wide in alarm, yet smiling. What? Mr. Bloom asked. Let her speak. Look straight in her eyes. I believe you. Trust me. Woke me up in the night, she said. Dream he had, a nightmare. Indiges. Said the ace of spades was walking up the stairs. The ace of spades. Mr. Bloom said. She took a folded postcard from her handbag. Read that, she said. He got it this morning. What is it? Mr. Bloom asked, taking the card. U.P.? U.P. Up, she said. Someone taking a rise out of him. It's a great shame for them whoever he is. Indeed it is, Mr. Bloom said. She took back the card, sighing. And now he's going round to Mr. Menton's office. He's going to take an action for £10,000, he says. She folded the card into her untidy bag and snapped the catch. Same blue serge dress she had 2 years ago, the nap bleaching. Seen its best days. Wispish hair over her ears. And that dowdy toque, 3 old grapes to take the harm out of it. Shabby genteel. She used to be a tasty dresser. Lines round her mouth. Only a year or so older than Molly. See the eye that woman gave her, passing. Cruel. The unfair sex. He looked still at her, holding back behind his look his discontent. Pungent mock turtle oxtail mulligatawny. I'm hungry too. Flakes of pastry on the gusset of her dress, daub of sugary flour stuck to her cheek. Rhubarb tart with liberal fillings, rich fruit interior. Josie Powell that was. In Luke Doyle's Long Ago. Dolphin's Barn, the charades. U.P. Up. Change the subject. Do you ever see anything of Mrs. Beaufoy? Mr. Bloom asked. Mina Purifoy. She said. Philip Beaufoy I was thinking. Playgoers Club. Matcham often thinks of the master stroke. Did I pull the chain? Yes. The last act? Yes. I just called to ask on the way in is she over it? She's in the lying-in hospital in Hall Street. Dr. Horn got her in. She's 3 days bad now. Oh, Mr. Bloom said. I'm sorry to hear that. Yes, Mrs. Breen said. And a house full of kids at home. It's a very stiff berth, the nurse told me. Oh, Mr. Bloom said. His heavy pitying gaze absorbed her news. His tongue clacked in compassion. 500th. 500th. I'm sorry to hear that, he said. Poor thing. 3 days. That's terrible for her. Mrs. Breen nodded. She was taken bad on the Tuesday. Mr. Bloom touched her funny bone gently, warning her, mind. Let this man pass. A bony form strode along the curbstone from the river, staring with a rapt gaze into the sunlight through a heavy-stringed glass. Tight as a skullpiece, a tiny hat gripped his head. From his arm a folded dustcoat, a stick and an umbrella dangled to his stride. "Watch him," Mr. Bloom said. "He always walks outside the lamp-posts." "Watch? Who is he, if it's a fair question?" Mrs. Breen asked. "Is he dotty?" "His name is Cashel Boyle O'Connor Fitzmaurice Distal Farrell," Mr. Bloom said, smiling. "Watch. He has enough of them," she said. "Dennis will be like that one of these days." She broke off suddenly. "There he is," she said. "I must go after him. Goodbye. Remember me to Molly, won't you?" "I will," Mr. Bloom said. He watched her dodge through passers towards the shop fronts. Dennis Breen in skimpy frock coat and blue canvas shoes shuffled out of Harrison's, hugging two heavy tomes to his ribs. Blown in from the bay. Like old times. He suffered her to overtake him without surprise and thrust his dull gray beard towards her, his loose jaw wagging as he spoke earnestly. "Meshuggah. Off his chump." Mr. Bloom walked on again easily, seeing ahead of him in sunlight the tight skullpiece, the dangling stick umbrella dust coat. "Going the 2 days. Watch him. Out he goes again. One way of getting on in the world. And that other old mosey lunatic in those duds. Hard time she must have with him. Up. I'll take my oath that's Alf Bergen or Richie Goulding. Wrote it for a lark in the Scotch house, I bet anything." Round to Menton's office. His oyster eyes staring at the postcard. "Be a feast for the gods." He passed the Irish Times. There might be other answers eyeing there. Like to answer them all. Good system for criminals. Code. At their lunch now. Clerk with the glasses there doesn't know me. Oh, leave them there to simmer. Enough bother wading through 44 of them. Wanted, smart lady typist to aid gentleman in literary work. I called you naughty darling because I do not like that other world. Please tell me what is the meaning. Please tell me what perfume does your wife. Tell me who made the world. The way they spring those questions on you. And the other one, Lizzie Twigg. My literary efforts have had the good fortune to meet with the approval of the eminent poet A.E. Mr. George Russell. No time to do her hair, drinking sloppy tea with a book of poetry. Best paper by Low and G Chalks for a small ad. Got the provinces now. Cook and general, cuisine, housemaid kept. Wanted live man for spirit counter. Resp. Girl, RC, wishes to hear of post in fruit or pork shop. James Carlyle made that. 6.5% dividend. Made a big deal on Coates's shares. C.A. Canny. Cunning old Scotch hunks. All the toady news. Our gracious and popular vicereign. Bought the Irish field now. Lady Mountcashel has quite recovered after her confinement and rode out with the Ward Union staghounds at the enlargement yesterday at Rothoath. A needable fox. Pot hunters too. Fear injects juices, make it tender enough for them. Riding astride. Sit her horse like a man. Weight-carrying huntress. No side saddle or pillion for her, not for Joe. First to the meet and in at the death. Strong as a brood mare, some of those horsey women. Swagger around livery stables. Toss off a glass of brandy neat while you'd say knife. That one at the Grosvenor this morning. Up with her on the car, wish. Stone wall or 5-barred gate put her mount to it. Think that pug-nosed driver did it out of spite. Who is this, she was like. Oh yes. Mrs. Miriam Dandrade that sold me her old wraps and black underclothes in the Shelbourne Hotel. Divorced Spanish-American. Didn't take a feather out of her my handling them. As if I was her clothes horse. Saw her in the vice-regal party when Stubbs the park ranger got me in with Whelan of the Express. Scavenging what the quality left. High tea. Mayonnaise I poured on the plums thinking it was custard. Her ears ought to have tingled for a few weeks after. Want to be a bull for her. Born courtesan. No nursery work for her, thanks. Poor Mrs. Purefoy. Methodist husband. Method in his madness. saffron bun and milk and soda lunch in the educational dairy. Y.M.C.A. eating with a stopwatch, 30 wochus to the minute. And still his mutton chop whiskers grew. Supposed to be well connected. Theodore's cousin in Dublin Castle. One Tony relative in every family. Hearty annuals he presents her with. Saw him out at the Three Jolly Topers marching along bareheaded and his eldest boy carrying one in a market net. The squallers. Poor thing. Then having to give the breast year after year all hours of the night. Selfish those T.Ts are. Dog in the manger. Only one lump of sugar in my tea, if you please. He stood at Fleet Street crossing. Luncheon interval. A sixpenny at Rose? Must look up that ad in the National Library. An eightpenny in the Burton. Better. On my way. He walked on past Bolton's Westmoreland house. T. I forgot to tap Tom Kernan. SSS. 500, DTH. 3 days. Imagine groaning on a bed with a vinegared handkerchief around her forehead, her belly swollen out. Phew. Dreadful simply. Child's head too big, forceps. Doubled up inside her trying to butt its way out blindly, groping for the way out. Kill me that would. Lucky Molly got over hers lightly. They ought to invent something to stop that. Life with hard labor. Twilight sleep idea, Queen Victoria was given that. 9 she had. A good layer. Old woman that lived in a shoe she had so many children. Suppose he was consumptive. Time someone thought about it instead of gassing about the pensive bosom of the silver effulgence. Flapdoodle to feed fools on. They could easily have big establishments whole thing quite painless out of all the taxes give every child born 5 quid at compound interest up to 20 own 5% is 100 shillings and 5 tiresome pounds multiply by 20 decimal system encourage people to put by money save 110 and a bit 20 own years want to work it out on paper come to a tidy sum more than you think. Not stillborn of course. They are not even registered. Trouble for nothing. Funny sight 2 of them together, their bellies out. Molly and Mrs. Moisel. Mothers meeting. Thaisis retires for the time being, then returns. How flat they look all of a sudden after. Peaceful eyes. Weight off their mind. Old Mrs. Thornton was a jolly old soul. Oh my babies, she said. The spoon of pap in her mouth before she fed them. Oh, that's numnium. Got her hand crushed by old Tom Wall's son. His first boat to the public. Head like a prize pumpkin. Snuffy Dr. Murrin. People knocking them up at all hours. For God's sake, doctor. Wife in her throes. Then keep them waiting months for their fee. 2 attendants on your wife. No gratitude in people. Humane doctors, most of them. Before the huge high door of the Irish House of Parliament a flock of pigeons flew. Their little frolic after meals. Who will we do it on? I pick the fellow in black. Here goes. Here's good luck. Must be thrilling from the air. Up John, myself and Owen Goldberg up in the trees near Goose Green playing the monkeys. Mackerel they called me. A squad of constables debouched from College Street, marching in Indian file. Goose step. Food-heated faces, sweating helmets, patting their truncheons. After their feed with a good load of fat soup under their belts. Policeman's lot is off to Happy One. They split up in groups and scattered, saluting, towards their beats. Let out to graze. Best moment to attack one in pudding time. A punch in his dinner. A squad of others, marching irregularly, rounded Trinity railings making for the station. Bound for their troughs. Prepare to receive cavalry. Prepare to receive soup. He crossed under Tommy Moore's roguish finger. They did right to put him up over a urinal, meeting of the waters. Ought to be places for women. Running into cake shops. Settle my hat straight. There is not in this wide world a valley. Great song of Julia Morton's. Kept her voice up to the very last. Pupil of Michael Balfe's, wasn't she? He gazed after the last broad tunic. Nasty customers to tackle. Jack Power could a tale unfold, father a G-man. If a fellow gave them trouble being lagged, they let him have it hot and heavy in the bridewell. Can't blame them after all with the job they have, especially the young hornies. That horse policeman the day Joe Chamberlain was given his degree in Trinity, he got a run for his money. My word, he did. His horse's hoofs clattering after us down Abbey Street. Lucky I had the presence of mind to dive into Manning's or I was souped. He did come a wallop, by George. Must have cracked his skull on the cobblestones. I oughtn't to have got myself swept along with those medicals. And the Trinity jibs in their mortar boards. Looking for trouble. Still, I got to know that young Dixon who dressed that sting for me in the motor, and now he's in Halls Street where Mrs. Purifoy. Wheels within wheels. Police whistle in my ears still. All skedaddled. Why, he fixed on me. Give me in charge. Right here it began. Up the Boers. 3 cheers for DeWitt. We'll hang Joe Chamberlain on a sour apple tree. Silly billies, mob of young cubs yelling their guts out. Vinegar Hill. The Butter Exchange Band. Few years' time, half of them magistrates and civil servants. War comes on, into the army helter-skelter, same fellows used to. Whether on the scaffold high. Never know who you're talking to. Corny Kelleher, he has Harvey Duff in his eye. Like that Peter or Dennis or James Gary that blew the gaff on the Invincibles. Member of the corporation too. Egging raw youths on to get in the know all the time, drawing Secret Service pay from the castle. Drop him like a hot potato. Why, those plainclothesmen are always courting slaveys. Easily twig a man used to uniform. Square pushing up against a back door. Maul her a bit. Then the next thing on the menu. And who is the gentleman does be visiting there? Was the young master saying anything? Peeping Tom through the keyhole. Decoy duck. Hot-blooded young student fooling round her fat arms ironing. Are those yours, Mary? I don't wear such things. Stop or I'll tell the missus on you. Out half the night. There are great times coming, Mary. Wait till you see. Ah, along with your great times coming. Barmaids too. Tobacco shop girls. James Stephen's idea was the best. He knew them. Circles of 10 so that a fellow couldn't round on more than his own ring. Sinn Fein. Back out you get the knife. Hidden hand. Stay in. The firing squad. Turnkey's daughter got him out of Richmond, off from Lusk. Putting up in the Buckingham Palace Hotel under their very noses. Garibaldi. You must have a certain fascination, Parnell. Arthur Griffith is a square-headed fellow, but he has no go in him for the mob or gas about our lovely land. Gammon and spinach. Dublin Bakery Company's tea room. Debating societies. That republicanism is the best form of government. That the language question should take precedence of the economic question. Have your daughters inveigling them to your house. Stuff them up with meat and drink. Michaelmas goose. Here's a good lump of thyme seasoning under the apron for you. Have another quart of goose grease before it gets too cold. Haft enthusiasts. Penny roll and a walk with the band. No grace for the carver. The thought that the other chap pays best sauce in the world. Make themselves thoroughly at home. Show us over those apricots, meaning peaches. The not far distant day. Homerule sun rising up in the northwest. His smile faded as he walked, a heavy cloud hiding the sun slowly, shadowing Trinity's surly front. Trams passed one another, ingoing, outgoing, clanging. Useless words. Things go on same, day after day, squads of police marching out, back, trams in, out. Those 2 loonies mooching about. Dignam carted off. Mina Purifoy swollen belly on a bed groaning to have a child tugged out of her. One born every second somewhere. Other dying every second. Since I fed the birds 5 minutes. 300 kicked the bucket. Other 300 born, washing the blood off, all are washed in the blood of the lamb, bawling Ma'ah. Cityful passing away, other cityful coming, passing away too, other coming on, passing on. Houses, lines of houses, streets, miles of pavements, piled up bricks, stones. Changing hands. This owner, that. Landlord never dies, they say. Other steps into his shoes when he gets his notice to quit. They buy the place up with gold and still they have all the gold. Swindle in it somewhere. Piled up in cities, worn away age after age. Pyramids and sand. Built on bread and onions. Slaves' Chinese wall. Babylon. Big stones left. Round towers. Rest trouble, sprawling suburbs, jerry-built. Croons mushroom houses built of breeze. Shelter, for the night. No one is anything. This is the very worst hour of the day. Vitality. Dull, gloomy, hate this hour. Feel as if I had been eaten and spewed. Provost's house. The Reverend Dr. Salmon, tinned salmon. Well tinned in there. Like a mortuary chapel. Wouldn't live in it if they paid me. Hope they have liver and bacon today. Nature abhors a vacuum. The sun freed itself slowly and lit glints of light among the silverware opposite in Walter Sexton's window by which John Howard Parnell passed, unseeing. There he is, the brother. Image of him. Haunting face. Now that's a coincidence. Course hundreds of times you think of a person and don't meet him. Like a man walking in his sleep. No one knows him. Must be a corporation meeting today. They say he never put on the city marshal's uniform since he got the job. Charlie Kavanagh used to come out on his high horse, cocked hat, puffed, powdered and shaved. Look at the woebegone walk of him. Eaten a bad egg. Poached eyes on ghost. I have a pain. Great man's brother, his brother's brother. He'd look nice on the city charger. Drop into the DBC probably for his coffee, play chess there. His brother used men as pawns. Let them all go to pot. Afraid to pass a remark on him. Freeze them up with that eye of his. That's the fascination, the name. All a bit touched. Mad Fanny and his other sister Mrs. Dickinson driving about with scarlet harness. Bolt upright lick surgeon Martle. Still David Sheehy beat him for South Meath. Apply for the Chiltern Hundreds and retire into public life. The Patriots' banquet. Eating orange peels in the park. Simon Dedalus said when they put him in Parliament that Purnell would come back from the grave and lead him out of the House of Commons by the arm. Of the two-headed octopus, one of whose heads is the head upon which the ends of the world have forgotten to come while the other speaks with a Scotch accent. The tentacles, they passed from behind Mr. Bloom along the curbstone. Beard and bicycle. Young woman. And there he is too. Now that's really a coincidence, second time. Coming events cast their shadows before. With the approval of the eminent poet, Mr. George Russell. That might be Lizzie Twigg with him. What does that mean? Initials perhaps. Albert Edward, Arthur Edmund, Alphonsus Ebed Esquire. What was he saying? The ends of the world with a Scotch accent. Tentacles, octopus. Something occult, symbolism. Holding forth. She's taking it all in. Not saying a word. To a gentleman in literary work. His eyes followed the high figure in homespun, beard and bicycle, a listening woman at his side. Coming from the vegetarian. Only wet baubles and fruit. Don't eat a beefsteak. If you do, the eyes of that cow will pursue you through all eternity. They say it's healthier. Wind and watery though. Tried it. Keep you on the run all day. Bad as a bloater. Dreams all night. Why do they call that thing they gave me nut steak? Nutarians. Fruitarians. To give you the idea you are eating rump steak. Absurd. Salty too. They cook in soda. Keep you sitting by the tap all night. Her stockings are loose over her ankles. I detest that, so tasteless. Those literary ethereal people, they are all dreamy, cloudy, symbolistic. Aesthetes they are. I wouldn't be surprised if it was that kind of food you see produces the like waves of the brain, the poetical. For example, one of those policemen sweating Irish stew into their shirts, you couldn't squeeze a line of poetry out of him. Don't know what poetry is even. Must be in a certain mood. The dreamy cloudy gull waves o'er the water's dull. He crossed at Nassau Street corner and stood before the window of Yates and Son, pricing the field glasses. Or will I drop into old Harris's and have a chat with young Sinclair? Well-mannered fellow. Probably at his lunch. Must get those old glasses of mine set right. Goer's lenses 6 guineas. Germans making their way everywhere. Sell on easy terms to capture trade. Undercutting. Might chance on a pair in the railway lost property office. Astonishing the things people leave behind them in trains and cloakrooms. What do they be thinking about? Women too. Incredible. Last year traveling to Ennis had to pick up that farmer's daughter's ba and hand it to her at Limerick Junction. Unclaimed money too. There's a little watch up there on the roof of the bank to test those glasses by. His lids came down on the lower rims of his irides. Can't see it. If you imagine it's there you can almost see it. Can't see it. He faced about and, standing between the awnings, held out his right hand at arm's length towards the sun. Wanted to try that often. Yes, completely. The tip of his little finger blotted out the sun's disk. Must be the focus where the rays cross. If I had black glasses. Interesting. There was a lot of talk about those sunspots when we were in Lombard Street West. Looking up from the back garden. Terrific explosions they are. There will be a total eclipse this year, autumn sometime. Now that I come to think of it, that ball falls at Greenwich time. It's the clock is worked by an electric wire from Dunsink. Must go out there some first Saturday of the month. If I could get an introduction to Professor Joly or learn up something about his family. That would do too. Man always feels complimented. Flattery where least expected. Nobleman proud to be descended from some king's mistress. His foremother. Lay it on with a trowel. Cap in hand goes through the land. Not go in and blurt out what you know you're not to. What's parallax? Show this gentleman the door. Ah. His hand fell to his side again. Never know anything about it. Waste of time. Gas balls spinning about, crossing each other, passing. Same old ding-dong always. Gas, then solid, then world, then cold, then dead shell drifting around, frozen rock, like that pineapple rock. The moon. Must be a new moon out, she said. I believe there is. He went on by La Maison Claire. Wait. The full moon was the night we were Sunday fortnight exactly. There is a new moon. Walking down by the Tolka. Not bad for a Fairview moon. She was humming. The young May moon she's beaming, love. He other side of her. Elbow, arm. He. Glowworm's lamp is gleaming, love. Touch. Fingers. Asking. Answer. Yes. Stop. Stop. If it was, it was. Must. Mr. Bloom, quick breathing, slowly walking past Adam Court. With a keep quiet relief his eyes took note. This is the street here, middle of the day of Bob Doran's bottle shoulders. On his annual bend, M. Coy said. They drink in order to say or do something, or church as law femme. Up in the coombe with chummies and streetwalkers, and then the rest of the year sober as a judge. Yes. Thought so. Sloping into the Empire. Gone. Plain soda would do him good. Where Pat Kinsella had his harp theatre before Whitbread ran the Queen's. Broth of a boy. Dion occult business with his harvest moon face in a pokey bonnet. 3 pert maids from school. How time flies, eh? Showing long red pantaloons under his skirts. Drinkers, drinking, left spluttering, their drink against their breath. More power, Pat. Coarse red, fun for drunkards, guffaw and smoke. Take off that white hat. His parboiled eyes. Where is he now? Beggar somewhere. The harp that once did starve us all. I was happier then. Or was that I? Or am I now I? 28 I was. She 23. When we left Lombard Street West something changed. Could never like it again after Rudy. Can't bring back time. Like holding water in your hand. Would you go back to then? Just beginning then. Would you? Are you not happy in your home, you poor little naughty boy? Wants to sew on buttons for me. I must answer. Write it in the library. Grafton Street gay with house dawnings lured his senses. Muslin prints, silk dames and dowagers, jingle of harnesses, hoof thuds lowering in the baking causeway. Thick feet that woman has in the white stockings. Hope the rain mucks them upon her. Country bred chawbacon. All the beef to the heels were in. Always gives a woman clumsy feet. Molly looks out of plumb. He passed, dallying, the windows of Brown Thomas, silk mercers. Cascades of ribbons. Flimsy china silks. A tilted urn poured from its mouth a flood of blood-hued poplin, lustrous blood. The Huguenots brought that here. La Casa y Santa. Terra terra. Great chorus that. Terra. Must be washed in rainwater. Meyerbeer. Terra, bomb bomb bomb. Pin cushions. I'm a long time threatening to buy one. Sticking them all over the place. Needles in window curtains. He bared slightly his left forearm. Scrape, nearly gone. Not today anyhow. Must go back for that lotion. For her birthday perhaps. Junajuliog September 8th. Nearly 3 months off. Then she mightn't like it. Women won't pick up pins. Say it cuts low. Gleaming silks, petticoats on slim brass rails, rays of flat silk stockings. Useless to go back. Had to be. Tell me all. High voices. Sun-warm silk. Jingling harnesses. All for a woman, home and houses, silkwebs, silver, rich fruits spicy from Jaffa. Age and ethnetum. Wealth of the world. A warm human plumpness settled down on his brain. His brain yielded. Perfume of embraces all him assailed. With hungered flesh obscurely, he mutely craved to adore. Duke Street. Here we are. Must eat. The Burton. Feel better then. He turned Cambridge's corner, still pursued. Jingling, hoof thuds. Perfumed bodies, warm, full. All kissed, yielded, in deep summer fields, tangled breast grass, in trickling hallways of tenements, along sofas, creaking beds. Jack, love. Darling. Kiss me, Raggy. My boy. Love. His heart astir he pushed in the door of the Burton restaurant. Stink gripped his trembling breath, pungent meat juice, slush of greens. See the animals feed. Men, men, men. Perched on high stools by the bar, hats shoved back, at the tables calling for more bread no charge, swilling, wolfing gobfuls of sloppy food, their eyes bulging, wiping wetted mustaches. A pallid sweat-faced young man polished his tumbler knife, fork and spoon with his napkin. New set of microbes. A man with an infant's sauce-stained napkin tucked round him shoveled gurgling soup down his gullet. A man spitting back on his plate, half-masticated gristle, gums, no teeth to chew it. Chomp chop from the grill. Bolting to get it over. Sad boozer's eyes. Bitten off more than he can chew. Am I like that? See ourselves as others see us. Hungry man is an angry man. Working tooth and jaw. Don't. Oh. A bone. That last pagan king of Ireland Cormac in the school poem choked himself at Slutty southward of the Boyne. Wonder what he was eating. Something galoptious. St. Patrick converted him to Christianity. Couldn't swallow it all however. Roast beef and cabbage. One stew. Smells of men. His gorge rose. Sput and sawdust, Swedish warmish cigarette smoke, reek of plug, spilt beer, men's beery piss, the stale of ferment. Couldn't eat a morsel here. Fella sharpening knife and fork to eat all before him, old chap picking his toodles. Slight spasm, full, chewing the cud. Before and after. Grace after meals. Look on this picture then on that. Scoffing up stew gravy with sopping sippets of bread. Lick it off the plate, man. Get out of this. He gazed round the stooled and tabled eaters, tightening the wings of his nose. 2 stouts here. 1 corned and cabbage. That fellow ramming a knife full of cabbage down as if his life depended on it. Good stroke. Give me the fidgets to look. Safer to eat from his 3 hands. Tear it limb from limb. Second nature to him. Born with a silver knife in his mouth. That's witty, I think. Or no. Silver means born rich. Born with a knife. But then the illusion is lost. An ill-girt server gathered sticky clattering plates. Rock, the head bailiff, standing at the bar, blew the foamy crown from his tankard. Well up, it splashed yellow near his boot. A diner, knife and fork upright, elbows on table, ready for a second helping, stared towards the food lift across his stained square of newspaper. Other chap telling him something with his mouth full. Sympathetic listener. Table talk. I munched hum on Thursday unster bunk on munch day. How? Did you, Faith? Mr. Bloom raised two fingers doubtfully to his lips. His eyes said, not here. Don't see him. Out. I hate dirty eaters. He backed towards the door. Get a light snack in Davy Burns. Stopgap. Keep me going. Had a good breakfast. Roast and mashed here. Pint of stout. Every fellow for his own, tooth and nail. Gulp. Grub. Gulp. Gob stuff. He came out into clearer air and turned back towards Grafton Street. Eat or be eaten. Kill. Kill. Suppose that communal kitchen years to come perhaps. All trotting down with porringers and Tommy cans to be filled. Devour contents in the street. John Howard Parnell example, the Provost of Trinity. Every mother's son, don't talk of your provosts and Provost of Trinity, women and children, cabmen, priests, parsons, field marshals, archbishops. From Aylesbury Road, Clyde Road, artisans' dwellings, North Dublin Union, Lord Mayor in his gingerbread coach, old Queen in a bath chair. My plate's empty. After you with our incorporated drinking cup. Like Sir Philip Crampton's fountain. Rub off the microbes with your handkerchief. Next chap rubs on a new batch with his. Father O'Flynn would make hares of them all. Have rows all the same. All for number one. Children fighting for the scrapings of the pot. Want a suat as big as the Phoenix Park. Harpooning flitches and hindquarters out of it. Hate people all round you. City Arms Hotel tabled hot, she called it. Soup, joint and sweet. Never know whose thoughts you're chewing. Then who'd wash up all the plates and forks? Might be all feeding on tabloids that time. Teeth getting worse and worse. After all, there's a lot in that vegetarian fine flavor of things from the earth. Garlic, of course, it stinks after Italian organ grinders, crisp of onions, mushrooms, truffles. Pain to the animal too. Pluck and draw fowl. Wretched brutes there at the cattle market waiting for the Polacks to split their skulls open. Moo. Poor trembling calves. May. Staggering bob. Bubble and squeak. Butcher's buckets, wobbly lights. Give us that brisket off the hook. Blup. Raw head and bloody bones. Flayed glassy sheep hung from their haunches, sheep snouts bloody, papered sniveling nose jam on sawdust. Top and lashers going out. Don't maul them pieces, young one. Hot fresh blood they prescribe for decline. Blood always needed. Insidious. Lick it up smoking hot, thick sugary. Famished ghosts. Ah, I'm hungry. He entered Davy Burns' moral pub. He doesn't chat. Stands a drink now and then. But Italy appear once in 4. Cashed a check for me once. What will I take now? He drew his watch. Let me see now. Shandy gaff? Hello, Bloom, Nosy Flynn said from his nook. Hello, Flynn. How's things? Tip-top, let me see. I'll take a glass of Burgundy and, let me see. Sardines on the shelves. Almost taste them by looking. Sandwich? Ham and his descendants, mustard and bread there. Potted meats. What is home without Plumtree's potted meat? Incomplete. What a stupid ad. Under the obituary notices they stuck it. All up a Plumtree. Dignam's potted meat. Cannibals would with lemon and rice. White missionary too salty. Like pickled pork. Expect the chief consumes the parts of honor. Ought to be tough from exercise. His wives in a row to watch the effect. There was a right royal old nigger. Who ate or something the somethings of the Reverend Mr. McTrigger. With it an abode of bliss. Lord knows what concoction. Calls moldy tripes windpipes faked and minced up. Puzzle find a meat. Kosher. No meat and milk together. Hygiene, that was what they call now. Yom Kippur fast spring cleaning of inside. Peace and war depend on some fellow's digestion. Religions. Christmas turkeys and geese. Slaughter of innocents. Eat, drink and be merry. Then casual wards full after. Heads bandaged. Cheese digests all but itself. Midi cheese. Have you a cheese sandwich? Yes, sir. Like a few olives too if they had them. Italian I prefer. Good glass of Burgundy, take away that. Lubricate. A nice salad, cool as a cucumber, Tom Kernan can dress. Puts gusto into it. Pure olive oil. Millie served me that cutlet with a sprig of parsley. Take 1 Spanish onion. God made food, the devil the cooks. Deviled crab. Wife well? Quite well, thanks. A cheese sandwich, then. Gorgonzola, have you? Yes, sir. Nosy Flynn sipped his grog. Doing any singing those times? Look at his mouth. Could whistle in his own ear. Flap ears to match. Music. Knows as much about it as my coachman. Still better tell him. Does no harm. Free ad. She's engaged for a big tour end of this month. You may have heard perhaps. No. Oh, that's the style. Who's getting it up? The curate served. How much is that? 7d, sir, thank you, sir. Mr. Bloom cut his sandwich into slender strips. Mr. McDrigger. Easier than the dreamy creamy stuff. His 500 wives? Had the time of their lives. Mustard, sir? Thank you. He studied under each lifted strip yellow blobs. Their lives. I have it. It grew bigger and bigger and bigger. Getting it up? He said. Well, it's like a company idea, you see. Part shares and part profits. Eh, now I remember, Nosy Flynn said, putting his hand in his pocket to scratch his groin. Who is this was telling me? Isn't Blazes Boylan mixed up in it? A warm shock of air heat of mustard hanched on Mr. Bloom's heart. He raised his eyes and met the stare of a bilious clock. 2. Pub clock 5 minutes fast. Time going on. Hands moving. 2. Not yet. His midriff yearned then upward, sank within him, yearn more longingly. Wine. He zipped the cordial juice and, bidding his throat strongly to speed it, set his wineglass delicately down. Yes, he said. He's the organizer in point of fact. No fear, no brains. Nosy Flynn snuffled and scratched. Flea having a good square meal. He had a good slice of luck, Jack Mooney was telling me, over that boxing match Myler Keogh won again that soldier in the Portobello barracks. By God, he had the little kipper down in the County Carlo he was telling me, hope that dewdrop doesn't come down into his glass. No, snuffled it up. For near a month, man, before it came off. Sucking duck eggs by God till further orders. Keep him off the booze, see? Oh, by God, Blazes is a hairy chap. Davy Byrne came forward from the hind bar in tuck-stitched shirt sleeves, cleaning his lips with 2 wipes of his napkin. Herring's blush. Whose smile upon each feature plays with such and such replete. Too much fat on the parsnips. And here's himself and pepper on him, Nosy Flynn said. Can you give us a good one for the Gold Cup? I'm off that, Mr. Flynn, Davy Byrne answered. I never put anything on a horse. You're right there, Nosy Flynn said. Mr. Blue made his strips of sandwich, fresh clean bread, with relish of disgust pungent mustard, the feedy savor of green cheese. Sips of his wine soothed his palate. Not logwood that. Tastes fuller this weather with the chill off. Nice quiet bar. Nice piece of wood in that counter. Nicely planed. Like the way it curves there. I wouldn't do anything at all in that line, Davy Byrne said. It ruined many a man, the same horses. Vintner's sweepstake. Licensed for the sale of beer, wine and spirits for consumption on the premises. Heads I win, tails you lose. True for you, Nosy Flynn said. Unless you're in the know. There's no straight sport going now. Lenihan gets some good ones. He's giving scepter today. Zinfandel's the favorite, Lord Howard de Walden's, won at Epsom. Morny Cannon is riding him. I could have got 7-1 against Saint Amant a fortnight before. That so? Davy Byrne said. He went towards the window and, taking up the petty cash book, scanned its pages. I could, Faith, Nosy Flynn said, snuffling. That was a rare bit of horse flesh. Saint Fruskin was her sire. She won in a thunderstorm, Rothschild's filly, with wadding in her ears. Blue jacket and yellow cap. Bad luck to Big Ben Dollard and his John O'Gaunt. He put me off it. Eh? He drank resignedly from his tumbler, running his fingers down the flutes. Eh? He said, sighing. Mr. Bloom, champing, standing, looked upon his sigh. Nosy numbskull. Will I tell him that horse Lenihan? He knows already. Better let him forget. Go and lose more. Fool and his money. Dewdrop coming down again. Cold nose he'd have kissing a woman. Still they might like. Prickly beards they like. Dogs cold noses. Old Mrs. Reardon with the rumbling stomach Skye Terrier in the City Arms Hotel. Molly fondling him in her lap. Oh, the big doggy bowowsy wozy. Wine-soaked and softened rolled pith of bread mustard a moment mawkish cheese. Nice wine it is. Taste it better because I'm not thirsty. Bath of course does that. Just a bite or two. Then about 6 o'clock I can. 6. Time will be gone then. Mild fire of wine kindled his veins. I wanted that badly. Felt so off color. His eyes unhungrily saw shelves of tins, sardines, gaudy lobster's claws. All the odd things people pick up for food. Out of shells, periwinkles with a pin, off trees, snails out of the ground the French eat, out of the sea with bait on a hook. Silly fish learn nothing in 1,000 years. If you didn't know risky putting anything into your mouth. Poisonous berries. Johnny Megaries. Roundness you think good. Gaudy color warns you off. One fellow told another and so on. Try it on the dog first. Led on by the smell or the look. Tempting fruit. Ice cones. Cream. Instinct. Orange groves for instance. Need artificial irrigation. Blibtra astris. Yes, but what about oysters? Unsightly like a clot of phlegm. Filthy shells. Devil to open them too. Who found them out? Garbage, sewage they feed on. Fizz and red bank oysters. Effect on the sexual. Aphrodis. He was in the red bank this morning. Was he oysters old fish at table perhaps he young flesh in bed no June has no oysters. But there are people like things high. Tainted game. Jugged hare. First catch your hare. Chinese eating eggs 50 years old, blue and green again. Dinner of 30 courses. Each dish harmless might mix inside. Idea for a poison mystery. That Archduke Leopold was it no yes or was it Otto one of those Habsburgs? Or who was it used to eat the scruff off his own head? Cheapest lunch in town. Of course aristocrats, then the others copy to be in the fashion. Millie to rock oil and flour. Raw pastry I like myself. Half the catch of oysters they throw back in the sea to keep up the price. Cheap no one would buy. Caviar. Do the grand. Hock in green glasses. Swell blowout. Lady this. Powdered bosom pearls. The elite. Creme de la creme. They want special dishes to pretend they're. Hermit with a platter of pulse keep down the stings of the flesh. No me come eat with me. Royal sturgeon high sheriff, coffee, the butcher. Right to venisons of the forest from his ex. Send him back the half of a cow. Spread I saw down in the master of the rolls kitchen area. White-hatted chef like a rabbi. Combustible duck. Curly cabbage a la Duchesse de Parme. Just as well to write it on the bill of fare so you can know what you've eaten. Too many drugs spoil the broth. I know it myself. Dosing it with Edward's desiccated soup. Geese stuffed silly for them. Lobsters boiled alive. Do take some ptarmigan. Wouldn't mind being a waiter in a swell hotel. Tips, evening dress, half-naked ladies. May I tempt you to a little more filleted lemon sole, Miss Dubedat? Yes, Dubedat. And she did bedad. Huguenot name, I expect that. A Miss Dubedat lived in Killiney, I remember. De la French. Still it's the same fish. Perhaps old Mickey Hanlon of Moore Street tripped the guts out of making money hand over fist, finger in fish's gills, can't write his name on a check, think he was painting the landscape with his mouth twisted. Muakilla ha, ignorant as a kish of brogues, worth £50,000. Stuck on the pane, 2 flies buzzed, stuck. Glowing wine on his palate lingered, swallowed. Crushing in the winepress grapes of Burgundy. Sun's heat it is. Seems to a secret touch, telling me memory. Touched his sense, moistened, remembered. Hidden under wild ferns on Howth below us, bay sleeping, sky. No sound. The sky. The bay purple by the Lion's Head. Green by Drumleck. Yellow-green towards Sutton. Fields of undersea, the lines faint brown in grass, buried cities. Pillowed on my coat she had her hair, earwigs in the heather, scrub my hand under her nape, you'll toss me all. Oh, wander. Cool, soft with ointments her hand touched me, caressed, her eyes upon me did not turn away. Ravished over her I lay, full lips full open, kissed her mouth. Yum. Softly she gave me in my mouth the seed cake worm and chewed. Mawkish pulp her mouth had mumbled, sweet sour of her spittle. Joy, I ate it, joy. Young life, her lips that gave me pouting. Soft warm sticky gum-jelly lips. Flowers her eyes were, take me, willing eyes. Pebbles fell. She lay still. A goat. No one. High on Penhalth rhododendrons, and nanny goat walking sure-footed, dropping currants. Screened under ferns she laughed warm-folded. Wildly I lay on her, kissed her eyes, her lips, her stretched neck beating, woman's breasts full in her blouse of nun's veiling, fat nipples upright. Hot I tongued her. She kissed me. I was kissed. All yielding she tossed my hair. Kissed, she kissed me. Me. And me now. Stuck, the flies buzzed. His downcast eyes followed the silent veining of the oaken slab. Beauty, it curves, curves are beauty. Shapely goddesses, Venus, Juno, curves the world admires. Can see them library museums standing in the round hall, naked goddesses. Aids to digestion. They don't care what man looks. All to see. Never speaking. I mean to say to fellows like Flynn. Suppose she did Pygmalion and Galatea, what would she say first? Mortal. Put you in your proper place. Quaffing nectar at mess with God's golden dishes, all ambrosial. Not like a tanner lunch we have, boiled mutton, carrots and turnips, bottle of Allsop. Nectar, imagine it drinking electricity, God's food. Lovely forms of women sculpt Junonian. Immortal lovely. And we stuffing food in one hole and out behind, food, chyle, blood, dung, earth, food, have to feed it like stoking an engine. They have never looked. I'll look today. Keeper won't see. Bend down, let something drop, see if she. Dribbling a quiet message from his bladder came to go, to do, not to do, there to do. A man, and ready he drained his glass to the lees and walked. To men too they gave themselves, manly conscious, lay with men lovers, a youth enjoyed her, to the yard. When the sound of his boots had ceased, Davy Byrne said from his book, "What is this he is? Isn't he in the insurance line?" "He's out of that long ago," Nosy Flynn said. "He does canvassing for the Freeman." "I know him well to see," Davy Byrne said. "Is he in trouble?" "Trouble?" Nosy Flynn said. "Not that I heard of." "Why?" "I noticed he was in mourning." "Was he?" Nosy Flynn said. "So he was, faith. I asked him how was all at home." "You're right, by God. So he was." "I never broached the subject," Davy Byrne said humanely. "If I see a gentleman is in trouble that way, it only brings it up fresh in their minds." "It's not the wife anyhow," Nosy Flynn said. "I met him the day before yesterday, and he coming out of that Irish farm dairy John Wise Nolan's wife has in Henry Street with a jar of cream in his hand, taking it home to his better half. She's well nourished, I tell you. Plovers on toast." "And is he doing for the Freeman?" Davy Byrne said. Nosy Flynn pursed his lips. He doesn't buy cream on the ads he picks up. You can make bacon of that. How so? Davy Byrne asked, coming from his book. Nosy Flynn made swift passes in the air with juggling fingers. He winked. He's in the craft, he said. Do you tell me so? Davy Byrne said. Very much so, Nosy Flynn said. Ancient free and accepted order. He's an excellent brother. Light, life and love, by God. They give him a leg up. I was told that by well, I won't say who. Is that a fact? Oh, it's a fine order, Nosy Flynn said. They stick to you when you're down. I know a fellow was trying to get into it. But they're as close as damn it. By God, they did right to keep the women out of it. Davy Byrne Smiledion nodded all in one. There was one woman, Nosy Flynn said, hid herself in a clock to find out what they do be doing. But be damned, but they smelt her out and swore her in on the spot a master mason. That was one of the St. Ledgers of Donorail. Davy Byrne, sated after his yawn, said with tear-washed eyes, and is that a fact? Decent quiet man he is. I often saw him in here and I never once saw him, over the line. God Almighty couldn't make him drunk, Nosy Flynn said firmly. Slips off when the fun gets too hot. Didn't you see him look at his watch? Ah, you weren't there. If you ask him to have a drink, first thing he does, he outs with the watch to see what he ought to imbibe. Declare to God he does. There are some like that, Davy Byrne said. He's a safe man, I'd say. He's not too bad, Nosy Flynn said, snuffling it up. He's been known to put his hand down to help a fellow. Give the devil his due. Oh, Bloom has his good points. But there's one thing he'll never do. His hand scrawled a dry pen signature beside his grog. I know, Davy Byrne said. Nothing in black and white, Nosy Flynn said. Paddy Leonard and Bantam Lyons came in. Tom Rochford followed frowning, a plaining hand on his claret waistcoat. Day, Mr. Byrne. Day, gentlemen. They paused at the counter. Who's standing? Paddy Leonard asked. I'm sitting anyhow, Nosy Flynn answered. Well, what'll it be? Paddy Leonard asked. I'll take a stone ginger, Bantam Lyons said. How much? Paddy Leonard cried. Since when, for God's sake? What's yours, Tom? How is the main drainage? Nosy Flynn asked, sipping. For answer Tom Rochford pressed his hand to his breastbone and hiccuped. Would I trouble you for a glass of fresh water, Mr. Byrne? He said. Certainly, sir. Paddy Leonard eyed his ale-mates. Lord love a duck, he said. Look at what I'm standing drinks to. Cold water and ginger pop. Two fellows that would suck whiskey off a sore leg. He has some bloody horse up his sleeve for the gold cup. A dead snip. Zinfandel is it? Nosy Flynn asked. Tom Rochford spilt powder from a twisted paper into the water set before him. That cursed dyspepsia, he said before drinking. Bread soda is very good, Davy Byrne said. Tom Rochford nodded and drank. Is it Zinfandel? Say nothing. Bantam Lyons winked. I'm going to plunge 5 bob on my own. Tell us if you're worth your salt and be damned to you, Paddy Leonard said. Who gave it to you? Mr. Bloom on his way out raised 3 fingers in greeting. So long. Nosy Flynn said. The others turned. That's the man now that gave it to me, Bantam Lyons whispered. PRRWHT. Paddy Leonard said with scorn. Mr. Byrne, sir, we'll take 2 of your small Jamesons after that and a stone ginger, Davy Byrne added civilly. Paddy Leonard said. A sucking bottle for the baby. Mr. Bloom walked towards Dawson Street, his tongue brushing his teeth smooth. Something green it would have to be, spinach, say. Then with those Röntgen rays searchlight you could. At Duke Lane a ravenous terrier choked up a sick knuckly cut on the cobblestones and lapped it with new zest. Surfeit. Returned with thanks having fully digested the contents. First sweet then savory. Mr. Bloom coasted warily. Ruminants. His second course. Their upper jaw they move. Wonder if Tom Rochford will do anything with that invention of his? Wasting time explaining it to Flynn's mouth. Lean people long mouths. Ought to be a hall or a place where inventors could go in and invent free. Course then you'd have all the cranks pestering. He hummed, prolonging in solemn echo the closes of the bars. Don Giovanni, a sinner ticum invitasti. Feel better. Burgundy. Good pick-me-up. Who distilled first? Some chap in the blues. Dutch courage. That Kilkenny people in the National Library now I must. Bare clean close stools waiting in the window of William Miller, plumber, turned back his thoughts. They could, and watch it all the way down, swallow a pin sometimes come out of the ribs years after, tour around the body changing bilioreduct spleen squirting liver gastric juice coils of intestines like pipes. But the poor buffer would have to stand all the time with his insides entrails on show. Science. Asener Tico. What does that Tico mean? Tonight perhaps. Don Giovanni, thou hast me invited to come to supper tonight, the rum-dum. Doesn't go properly. Keys, 2 months if I get Nanetti too. That'll be £2.10 about £2.8. 3 Heinz owes me. 2.11. Prescott's Diu works van over there. If I get Billy Prescott sad, 2.15. 5 guineas about. On the pig's back. Could buy one of those silk petticoats for Molly, color of her new garters. Today. Not think. Tour the south then. What about English watering places? Brighton, Margate. Piers by moonlight. Her voice floating out. Those lovely seaside girls. Against John Long's a drowsing loaf or lounged in heavy thought, gnawing a crusted knuckle. Handyman wants job. Small wages. Will eat anything. Mr. Bloom turned at Gray's confectioner's window of unbought tarts and passed the Reverend Thomas Connellan's bookstore. Why I left the Church of Rome. Bird's nest. Women run him. They say they used to give pauper children soup to change to Protestants in the time of the potato blight. Society over the way Papa went to for the conversion of poor Jews. Same bait. Why we left the Church of Rome. A blind stripling stood tapping the curbstone with his slender cane. No tram in sight. Wants to cross. Do you want to cross? Mr. Bloom asked. The blind stripling did not answer. His wall face frowned weakly. He moved his head uncertainly. You're in Dawson Street, Mr. Bloom said. Molesworth Street is opposite. Do you want to cross? There's nothing in the way. The cane moved out trembling to the left. Mr. Bloom's eye followed its line and saw again the Diu Works van drawn up before Drago's. Where I saw his brilliant hair just when I was. Horse drooping. Driver in John Long's. Slaking his dearth. There's a van there, Mr. Bloom said, but it's not moving. I'll see you across. Do you want to go to Molesworth Street? Yes, the stripling answered. South Frederick Street. Come, Mr. Bloom said. He touched the thin elbow gently, then took the limp-seeing hand to guide it forward. Say something to him. Better not do the condescending. They mistrust what you tell them. Pass a common remark. The rain kept off. No answer. Stains on his coat. Slobbers his food, I suppose. Tastes all different for him. Have to be spoon-fed first. Like a child's hand, his hand. Like Millie's was. Sensitive. Sizing me up I dare say from my hand. Wonder if he has a name. Van. Keep his cane clear of the horse's legs, tired drudge get his doze. That's right. Clear. Behind a bull, in front of a horse. Thanks, sir. Knows I'm a man. Voice. Right now. First turn to the left. The blind stripling tapped the curbstone and went on his way, drawing his cane back, feeling again. Mr. Bloom walked behind the eyeless feet, a flat-cut suit of herringbone tweed. Poor young fellow. How on earth did he know that van was there? Must have felt it. See things in their forehead perhaps, kind of sense of volume. Weight or size of it, something blacker than the dark. Wonder would he feel it if something was removed? Feel a gap. Queer idea of Dublin he must have, tapping his way round by the stones. Could he walk in a beeline if he hadn't that cane? Bloodless pious face like a fellow going in to be a priest. Penrose. That was that chap's name. Look at all the things they can learn to do. Read with their fingers. Tune pianos. Or we are surprised they have any brains. Why, we think a deformed person or a hunchback clever if he says something we might say. Of course the other senses are more. Embroider. Plait baskets. People ought to help. Work basket I could buy for Molly's birthday. Hates sewing. Might take an objection. Dark men they call them. Sense of smell must be stronger too. Smells on all sides, bunched together. Each street different smell. Each person too. Then the spring, the summer, smells. Tastes. They say you can't taste wines with your eyes shut or a cold in the head. Also smoke in the dark they say get no pleasure. And with a woman, for instance. More shameless not seeing. That girl passing the Stuart Institution, head in the air. Look at me. I have them all on. Must be strange not to see her. Kind of a form in his mind's eye. The voice, temperatures, when he touches her with his fingers must almost see the lines, the curves. His hands on her hair, for instance. Say it was black, for instance. Good. We call it black. Then passing over her white skin. Different feel perhaps. Feeling of white. Post office. Must answer. Fag today. Send her a postal order 2 shillings, half a crown. Accept my little present. Stationer's just here too. Wait. Think over it. With a gentle finger he felt ever so slowly the hair combed back above his ears. Again. Fibers of fine straw. Then gently his finger felt the skin of his right cheek. Downy hair there too. Not smooth enough. The belly is the smoothest. No one about. There he goes into Frederick Street. Perhaps to Levinston's Dancing Academy piano. Might be settling my braces. Walking by Doran's public house he slid his hand between his waistcoat and trousers and, pulling aside his shirt gently, felt a slack fold of his belly. But I know it's whitey yellow. Want to try in the dark to see. He withdrew his hand and pulled his dress too. Poor fellow. Quite a boy. Terrible. Really terrible. What dreams would he have, not seeing? Life a dream for him. Where is the justice being born that way? All those women and children excursion bin feast burned and drowned in New York. Holocaust. Karma they call that transmigration for sins you did in a past life the reincarnation met him pike hoses. Dear, dear, dear. Pity, of course, but somehow you can't cotton on to them some way. Sir Frederick Falconer going into the Freemasons' Hall. Solemn as Troy. After his good lunch in Earl's Fort Terrace. Old legal cronies cracking a magnum. Tales of the bench and assizes and annals of the Bluecoat School. I sentenced him to 10 years. I suppose he'd turn up his nose at that stuff I drank. Vintage wine for them, the year marked on a dusty bottle. Has his own ideas of justice in the recorder's court. Well-meaning old man. Police charge sheets crammed with cases get their percentage manufacturing crime. Sends them to the right about. The devil on money lenders. Gave Reuben J. a great straw-calling. Now he's really what they call a dirty Jew. Power those judges have. Crusty old topers in wigs. Bear with a sore paw. And may the Lord have mercy on your soul. Hello, placard. Myris Bazaar. His Excellency the Lord Lieutenant. 16th. Today it is. In aid of funds for Mercer's Hospital. The Messiah was first given for that. Yes. Handel. What about going out there, Ballsbridge? Drop in on Keys. No use sticking to him like a leech. Wear out my welcome. Sure to know someone on the gate. Mr. Bloom came to Kildare Street. First I must. Library. Straw hat and sunlight. Tan shoes. Turned up trousers. It is. It is. His heart quapped softly. To the right. Museum. Goddesses. He swerved to the right. Is it? Almost certain. Won't look. Wine in my face. Why did I? Too heady. Yes, it is. The walk. Not see. Get on. Making for the museum gate with long windy steps, he lifted his eyes. Handsome building. Sir Thomas Deane designed. Not following me? Didn't see me perhaps. Light in his eyes. The flutter of his breath came forth in short sighs. Quick. Cold statues, quiet there. Safe in a minute. No. Didn't see me. After 2. Just at the gate. My heart. His eyes beating looked steadfastly at green curves of stone. Sir Thomas Deane was the Greek architecture. Look for something. His hasty hand went quick into a pocket, took out, read unfolded De Genethnetum. Where did I? Busy looking. He thrust back quick agendath. Afternoon, she said. I am looking for that. Yes, that. Try all pockets. Hanker. Freeman. Where did I? Ah, yes. Trousers. Potato. Purse. Where? Hurry. Walk quietly. Moment more. My heart. His hand looking for the where did I put found in his hip pocket. Soap lotion have to call tepid paper stuck. Ah, soap there. Ah, yes. Gate. Safe. Urbane, to comfort them, the Quaker librarian purred, and we have we not, those priceless pages of Wilhelm Meister. A great poet on a great brother poet. A hesitating soul taking arms against a sea of troubles, torn by conflicting doubts, as one sees in real life. He came a step a syncopace forward on Neat's leather creaking, and a step backward a syncopace on the solemn floor. A noiseless attendant setting open the door but slightly made him a noiseless back. Directly, said he, creaking to go, albeit lingering. The beautiful ineffectual dreamer who comes to grief against hard facts. One always feels that Goethe's judgments are so true. True in the larger analysis. Creakingly analysis he currentowed off. Bald, most zealous by the door, he gave his large ear all to the attendant's words, heard them, and was gone. 2 left. Monsieur de la Pal's, Stephen sneered, was alive 15 minutes before his death. Have you found those 6 brave medicals? John Eglinton asked with elder's gall, to write Paradise Lost at your dictation? The sorrows of Satan he calls it. Smile. Smile, Cranley's smile. First he tickled her, then he patted her, then he passed the female catheter. For he was a medical jolly old Meddy. I feel you would need one more for Hamlet. 7 is dear to the mystic mind. The shining 7 WB calls them. Glitterade his rufous skull close to his green-capped desk lamp sought the face spirited amid dark greener shadow, unlove, holy-eyed. He laughed low, a scissors a laugh of Trinity, unanswered. Orchestral Satan, weeping many a rude tears such as angels weep. Adaglivia del Culfato Trombetta. He holds my follies hostage. Cranley's 11 true Wicklow men to free their sireland. Gap-toothed Kathleen, her 4 beautiful green fields, the stranger in her house. And one more to hail him, Ave, Rabbi, the Tenali 12. In the shadow of the glen he cooees for them. My soul's youth I gave him, night by night. Godspeed. Good hunting. Mulligan has my telegram. Folly. Persist. Our young Irish bards, John Eglinton censured, have yet to create a figure which the world will set beside Saxon Shakespeare's Hamlet, though I admire him, as old Ben did, on this city idolatry. All these questions are purely academic, Russell oracled out of his shadow. I mean, whether Hamlet is Shakespeare or James I or Essex, clergymen's discussions of the historicity of Jesus. Art has to reveal to us ideas, formless spiritual essences. The supreme question about a work of art is out of how deep a life does it spring. The painting of Gustave Moreau is the painting of ideas. The deepest poetry of Shelley, the words of Hamlet bring our minds into contact with the eternal wisdom, Plato's world of ideas. All the rest is the speculation of schoolboys for schoolboys. A. E. has been telling some Yankee interviewer. Wall, tarnation strike me. The schoolmen were schoolboys first, Stephen said super politely. Aristotle was once Plato's schoolboy. And has remained so, one should hope, John Eglinton sedately said. One can see him, a model schoolboy with his diploma under his arm. He laughed again at the now smiling bearded face. Formless spiritual. Father, Word, and Holy Breath. Al Father, the heavenly man. Isos Christos, magician of the beautiful, the Logos who suffers in us at every moment. This verily is that. I am the fire upon the altar. I am the sacrificial butter. Dunlop, Judge, the noblest Roman of them all, A.E. Arville, the name ineffable, in heaven height, K.H., their master, whose identity is no secret to adepts. Brothers of the Great White Lodge always watching to see if they can help. The Christ with the bride a sister, moisture of light, born of an ensouled virgin, repentant Sophia, departed to the plane of booty. The life esoteric is not for ordinary person. OP must work off bad karma first. Mrs. Cooper Oakley once glimpsed our very illustrious sister HPB's elemental. Oh, fie. Out-owned. Foo-a-toofle. You noughtn't to look, Mrs., so you noughtn't when a lady's a showing of her elemental. Mr. Best entered, tall, young, mild, light. He bore in his hand with grace a notebook, new, large, clean, bright. That model schoolboy, Stephen said, would find Hamlet's musings about the afterlife of his princely soul, the improbable, insignificant and undramatic monologue, as shallow as Plato's. John Eglinton, frowning, said, waxing wroth, upon my word it makes my blood boil to hear anyone compare Aristotle with Plato. Which of the two, Stephen asked, would have banished me from his commonwealth? Unsheathe your dagger definitions. Hoarseness is the whatness of a horse. Streams of tendency and deans they worship. God, noise in the street, very peripatetic. Space, what you damn well have to see. Through spaces smaller than red globules of man's blood they creepy crawl after Blake's buttocks into eternity of which this vegetable world is but a shadow. Hold to the now, the here, through which all future plunges to the past. Mr. Best came forward, amiable, towards his colleague. Haynes is gone, he said. Is he? I was showing him Jubainville's book. He's quite enthusiastic, don't you know, about Hyde's love songs of Connacht. I couldn't bring him in to hear the discussion. He is gone to Jill's to buy it. Bound thee forth, my booklet, quick to greet the callous public. Writ, I ween, 'twas not my wish in lean unlovely English. The peat smoke is going to his head, John Eglinton opined. We feel in England. Penitent thief. Gone. I smoked his baccy. Green twinkling stone. An emerald set in the ring of the sea. People do not know how dangerous love songs can be, the Oricag of Russell warned occultly. The movements which work revolutions in the world are born out of the dreams and visions in a peasant's heart on the hillside. For them the earth is not an exploitable ground but the living mother. The rarefied air of the academy and the arena produce the 6-shilling novel, the music hall song. France produces the finest flower of corruption in Mallarmé but the desirable life is revealed only to the poor of heart, the life of Homer's Phaetons. From these words Mr. Best turned an unoffending face to Stephen. Mallarmé, don't you know, he said, has written those wonderful prose poems Stephen McKenna used to read to me in Paris. The one about Hamlet. He says, Il se promène, lisant au livre de lui-même, don't you know, reading the book of himself. He describes Hamlet given in a French town, don't you know, a provincial town. They advertised it. His free hand graciously wrote tiny signs in air. Hamlet ou la distraite piece de Shakespeare he repeated to John Eglinton's new gathered frown, piece de Shakespeare, don't you know. It's so French. The French point of view. Hamlet too. The absent-minded beggar, Stephen ended. John Eglinton laughed. Yes, I suppose it would be, he said. Excellent people, no doubt, but distressingly short-sighted in some matters. Sumptuous and stagnant exaggeration of murder. A deathsman of the soul Robert Greene called him, Stephen said. Not for nothing was he a butcher's son, wielding the slatted poleaxe and spitting in his palms. 9 lives are taken off for his father's one. Our Father who art in purgatory. Khaki Hamlets don't hesitate to shoot. The blood-boltered shambles in Act 5 is a forecast of the concentration camp sung by Mr. Swinburne. Cranley, I his mute orderly, following battles from afar. Whelps and dams of murderous foes whom none but we had spared, between the Saxon smile and Yankee yawp. The devil and the deep sea. He will have it that Hamlet is a ghostry, John Eglinton said for Mr. Best's behoof. Like the fat boy in Pickwick he wants to make our flesh creep. Lest. Oh lest. My flesh hears him, creeping, hears. If thou didst ever, what is a ghost? Stephen said with tingling energy. One who has faded into impalpability through death, through absence, through change of manners. Elizabethan London lay as far from Stratford as corrupt Paris lies from virgin Dublin. Who is the ghost from limbo patrum, returning to the world that has forgotten him? Who is King Hamlet? John Eglinton shifted his spare body, leaning back to judge. Lifted. It is this hour of a day in mid-June, Stephen said, begging with a swift glance their hearing. The flag is up on the playhouse by the bankside. The bear Sackerson growls in the pit near it, Paris Garden. Canvas climbers who sailed with Drake chew their sausages among the groundlings. Local color. Work in all you know. Make them accomplices. Shakespeare has left the Huguenot's house in Silver Street and walks by the Swan Mews along the river bank. But he does not stay to feed the pen chivying her game of cygnets towards the rushes. The Swan of Avon has other thoughts. Composition of place. Ignatius Loyola, make haste to help me. The play begins. A player comes on under the shadow, made up in the cast-off mail of a court buck, a well-set man with a bass voice. It is the ghost, the king, a king and no king, and the player is Shakespeare who has studied Hamlet all the years of his life which were not vanity in order to play the part of the spectre. He speaks the words to Burbage, the young player who stands before him beyond the rack of cerecloth, calling him by a name, Hamlet, I am thy father's spirit, bidding him list. To a son he speaks, the son of his soul, the prince, young Hamlet, and to the son of his body, Hamnet Shakespeare, who has died in Stratford that his namesake may live forever. Is it possible that that player Shakespeare, a ghost by absence, and in the vesture of buried Denmark, a ghost by death, speaking his own words to his own son's name, had Hamnet Shakespeare lived he would have been Prince Hamlet's twin? Is it possible, I want to know, or probable that he did not draw or foresee the logical conclusion of those premises? You are the dispossessed son, I am the murdered father, your mother is the guilty queen, and Shakespeare, born Hathaway? But this prying into the family life of a great man, Russell began impatiently. Art thou there, Truepenny? Interesting only to the parish clerk. I mean, we have the plays. I mean when we read the poetry of King Lear, what is it to us how the poet lived? As for living, our servants can do that for us, Villiers de Lisle has said. Peeping and prying into green room gossip of the day, the poet's drinking, the poet's debts. We have King Lear, and it is immortal. Mr. Best's face, appealed to, agreed. Flow over them with your waves and with your waters, Minnanan McClure, how now, Sirrah, that pound he lent you when you were hungry. Mary, I wanted it. Take thou this noble. Go to. You spent most of it in Georgina Johnson's bed, clergyman's daughter. Age and bite of Intuit. Do you intend to pay it back? Oh, yes. When? Now? Well, no. When, then? I paid my way. I paid my way. Steady on. He's from Buoyant Boyne Water. The northeast corner. You owe it. Wait. 5 months. Molecules all change. I am other I now. Other I got pound. Buzz. Buzz. But I, entelechy, form of forms, am I by memory because under ever-changing forms. I that sinned and prayed and fasted. A child can me saved from pandies. One and one. A-E-I-O-U. Do you mean to fly in the face of the tradition of 3 centuries? John Eglinton's carping voice asked. Her ghost at least has been laid forever. She died, for literature at least, before she was born. She died, Stephen retorted, 67 years after she was born. She saw him into and out of the world. She took his first embraces. She bore his children and she laid pennies on his eyes to keep his eyelids closed when he lay on his deathbed. Mother's deathbed. Candle. The sheeted mirror. Who brought me into this world lies there, bronze-lidded, under few cheap flowers. Liliata rutilantium. I wept alone. Johnny Clinton looked in the tangled glowworm of his lamp. The world believes that Shakespeare made a mistake, he said, and got out of it as quickly and as best he could. Bosh! Stephen said rudely. A man of genius makes no mistakes. His errors are volitional and are the portals of discovery. Portals of discovery open to let in the Quaker librarian, soft careek-footed, bald-eared and assiduous. A shrew, John Eglinton said shrewdly, is not a useful portal of discovery, one should imagine. What useful discovery did Socrates learn from Xanthippe? Dialectic, Stephen answered, and from his mother how to bring thoughts into the world. What he learned from his other wife Myrto, absit nomen, Socratidian Zepisicidian, no man, not a woman, will ever know. But neither the midwife's lore nor the caudal lectures saved him from the archons of Sinn Fein and their nen of hemlock. But Anne Hathaway? Mr. Best's quiet voice said forgetfully. Yes, we seem to be forgetting her as Shakespeare himself forgot her. His look went from Bruder's beard to Carper's skull, to remind, to chide them not unkindly, then to the bald pink-collared costard, guiltless though maligned. He had a good groat's worth of wit, Stephen said, and no truant memory. He carried a memory in his wallet as he trudged to Romeville whistling The Girl I Left Behind Me. If the earthquake did not time it we should know where to place poor Watt, sitting in his form, the cry of hounds, the studded bridle and her blue windows. That memory, Venus and Adonis, lay in the bedchamber of every light-off love in London. Is Catherine the shrew ill-favoured? Hortensio calls her young and beautiful. Do you think the writer of Antony and Cleopatra, a passionate pilgrim, had his eyes in the back of his head that he chose the ugliest doxy in all Warwickshire to lie with all? Good, he left her and gained the world of men. But his boy-woman are the women of a boy. Their life, thought, speech are lent them by males. He chose badly? He was chosen, it seems to me. If others have their will Anne Hathaway. By cock, she was to blame. She put the comether on him, sweet and 26. The grey-eyed goddess who bends over the boy Adonis, stooping to conquer, as prologue to the swelling act, is a bold-faced Stratford wench who tumbles in a cornfield a lover younger than herself. And my turn? When? Come. Ryfield, Mr. Best said brightly, gladly, raising his new book, gladly, brightly. He murmured in with blonde delight for all, between the acres of the Rye these pretty country folk would lie. Paris, the well-pleased pleaser. A tall figure in bearded homespun rose from shadow and unveiled its cooperative watch. I am afraid I am due at the homestead. Whither away? Exploitable ground. Are you going? Johnny Clinton's active eyebrows asked. Shall we see you at Moore's tonight? Piper is coming. Piper. Mr. Best piped. Is Piper back? Peter Piper pecked a peck of pickled pepper. I don't know if I can. Thursday. We have our meeting. If I can get away in time. Yajibagi box in Dawson Chambers. Isis unveiled. Their polybook we tried to pawn. Cross-legged under an lumbershoot he thrones and Aztec logos, functioning on astral levels, their oversoul, Mahamatma. The faithful hermetists await the light, ripe for chilaship, ring round about him. Louis H. Victory. T. Caulfield Irwin. Lotus ladies tend them with eyes, their pineal glands aglow. Filled with his god, he thrones, booed under plantain. Gulfer of souls, engulfer. Hasouls, shasouls, shoals of souls. Engulfed with wailing creek cries, whirled, whirling, they bewail. In quintessential triviality for years in this flesh case a shasoul dwelt. They say we are to have a literary surprise, the Quaker librarian said, friendly and earnest. Mr. Russell, rumor has it, is gathering together a sheaf of our younger poets' verses. We are all looking forward anxiously. Anxiously he glanced in the cone of lamplight where 3 faces, lighted, shone. See this? Remember? Stephen looked down on a wide headless carbine, hung on his ash plant handle over his knee. My casque and sword. Touch lightly with 2 index fingers. Aristotle's experiment. 1 or 2? Necessity is that in virtue of which it is impossible that one can be otherwise. Argyll, one hat is one hat. Listen. Young Column and Starkey. George Roberts is doing the commercial part. Longworth will give it a good puff in the Express. Oh, will he? I liked Column's Drover. Yes, I think he has that queer thing genius. Do you think he has genius really? Yeats admired his line, as in Wild Earth a Grecian vase. Did he? I hope you'll be able to come tonight. Malachi Mulligan is coming too. Moore asked him to bring Haynes. Did you hear Miss Mitchell's joke about Moore and Martin? That Moore is Martin's Wild Oats? Awfully clever, isn't it? They remind one of Don Quixote and Sancho Panza. Our national epic has yet to be written, Dr. Sigerson says. Moore is the man for it. A knight of the rueful countenance here in Dublin. With a saffron kilt? O'Neill Russell? Oh, yes, he must speak the grand old tongue. And his Dulcinea. James Stephens is doing some clever sketches. We are becoming important, it seems. Cordelia. Cordoglio. Lur's loneliest daughter. Nook Shotten. Now your best French polish. Thank you very much, Mr. Russell, Stephen said, rising. If you will be so kind as to give the letter to Mr. Norman, oh, yes. If he considers it important it will go in. We have so much correspondence. I understand, Stephen said. Thanks. God hold you. The Pig's Paper. Bullock Befriending. Singh has promised me an article for Dana too. Are we going to be read? I feel we are. The Gaelic League wants something in Irish. I hope you will come round tonight. Bring Starkey. Stephen sat down. The Quaker librarian came from the leave-a-takers. Blushing, his mask said, Mr. Dedalus, your views are most illuminating. He creaked to and fro, tiptoeing up nearer heaven by the altitude of a chopine, and, covered by the noise of outgoing, said low, is it your view, then, that she was not faithful to the poet? Alarmed face asks me. Why did he come? Courtesy or an inward light? Where there is a reconciliation, Stephen said, there must have been first a sundering. Yes. Christ fox in leather trews, hiding, a runaway in blighted tree forks, from hue and cry. Knowing no vixen, walking lonely in the chase. Women he won to him, tender people, a whore of Babylon, ladies of justices, bully tapsters' wives. Fox and geese. And in new place a slack dishonored body that once was comely, once as sweet, as fresh as cinnamon, now her leaves falling, all, bare, frighted of the narrow grave and unforgiven. Yes. So you think, the door closed behind the outgoer. Rest suddenly possessed the discreet vaulted cell, rest of warm and brooding air. A vestal's lamp. Here he ponders things that were not, what Caesar would have lived to do had he believed the soothsayer, what might have been, possibilities of the possible as possible, things not known, what name Achilles bore when he lived among women. Coffin thoughts around me, in mummy kisses, embalmed in spice of words. Tot, god of libraries, a burgad, moony-crowned. And I heard the voice of that Egyptian high priest. In painted chambers loaded with tile books. They are still. Once quick in the brains of men. Still, but an itch of death is in them, to tell me in my ear a maudlin tale, urge me to wreak their will. Certainly, John Eglinton mused, of all great men he is the most enigmatic. We know nothing but that he lived and suffered. Not even so much. Others abide our question. A shadow hangs over all the rest. But Hamlet is so personal, isn't it? Mr. Best pleaded. I mean, a kind of private paper, don't you know, of his private life. I mean, I don't care a button, don't you know, who is killed or who is guilty." He rested an innocent book on the edge of the desk, smiling his defiance. "His private papers in the original. Ta and Badarunter. Tamin Moshagart. Put Biola on it, Little John." Quoth Little John Eglinton, "I was prepared for paradoxes from what Malachi Mulligan told us, but I may as well warn you that if you want to shake my belief that Shakespeare is Hamlet, you have a stern task before you. Bear with me." Stephen withstood the bane of miscreant eyes glinting stern under wrinkled brows. "A basilisk. E quando vid l'uomo la tasca. Messer Brunetto, I thank thee for the word. As we, or Mother Dana, weave and unweave our bodies," Stephen said, "from day to day, their molecules shuttled to and fro, so does the artist weave and unweave his image. And as the mole on my right breast is where it was when I was born, though all my body has been woven of new stuff time after time, so through the ghost of the unquiet father the image of the unliving son looks forth. In the intense instant of imagination, when the mind," Shelley says, "is a fading coal, that which I was is that which I am, and that which in possibility I may come to be. So in the future, the sister of the past, I may see myself as I sit here now but by a reflection from that which then I shall be." Drummond of Hawthornden helped you at that style. "Yes," Mr. Best said youngly. "I feel Hamlet quite young. The bitterness might be from the father, but the passages with Ophelia are surely from the son. Has the wrong so by the lug? He is in my father. I am in his son. That mole is the last to go," Stephen said, laughing. John Eglinton made a nothing pleasing mow. "If that were the birthmark of genius," he said, "genius would be a drug in the market. The plays of Shakespeare's later years which Renan admired so much breathe another spirit. The spirit of reconciliation, the Quaker librarian breathed. There can be no reconciliation," Stephen said, "if there has not been a sundering." Said that. If you want to know what are the events which cast their shadow over the hell of time of King Lear, Othello, Hamlet, Troilus, and Cressida, look to see when and how the shadow lifts. What softens the heart of a man, shipwrecked in storms dire, tried, like another Ulysses, Pericles, Prince of Tyre. Head, red concapped, buffeted, briny blinded. A child, a girl, placed in his arms, Marina. The leaning of sophists towards the bypaths of Apocrypha is a constant quantity, John Eglinton detected. The highroads are dreary but they lead to the town. Good bacon, gone musty. Shakespeare Bacon's wild oats. Cipher jugglers going the highroads. Seekers on the great quest. What town, good masters? Mumden names, A. E. Ian, McGee, John Eglinton. East of the sun, west of the moon, Turna in Nog. Booted the twain and staved. How many miles to Dublin? 70, sir. Will we be there by candlelight? Mr. Brands accepts it, Stephen said, as the first play of the closing period. Does he? What does Mr. Sidney Lee, or Mr. Simon Lazarus as some of her his name is, say of it? Marina, Stephen said, a child of storm, Miranda, a wonder, Perdita, that which was lost. What was lost is given back to him, his daughter's child. My dearest wife, Pericles says, was like this maid. Will any man love the daughter if he has not loved the mother? The art of being a grandfather, Mr. Bescan murmur. L'art d'être grand, will he not see reborn in her, with the memory of his own youth added, another image? Do you know what you are talking about? Love, yes. Word known to all men. Amor vero aliquid aliqui bonum voltundet qui concupiscimus, his own image to a man with that queer thing genius is the standard of all experience, material and moral. Such an appeal will touch him. The images of other males of his blood will repel him. He will see in them grotesque attempts of nature to foretell or to repeat himself. The benign forehead of the Quaker librarian enkindled rosily with hope. I hope Mr. Dedalus will work out his theory for the enlightenment of the public. And we ought to mention another Irish commentator, Mr. George Bernard Shaw. Nor should we forget Mr. Frank Harris. His articles on Shakespeare in the Saturday Review were surely brilliant. Oddly enough, he too draws for us an unhappy relation with the dark lady of the sonnets. The favored rival is William Herbert, Earl of Pembroke. I own that if the poet must be rejected, such a rejection would seem more in harmony with, what shall I say, our notions of what ought not to have been. Felicitously he ceased and held a meek head among them, ox egg, prize of their fray. He thous and thees her with grave husband words. Dost love, Miriam? Dost love thy man? That may be too, Stephen said. There's a saying of Gouda's which Mr. McGee likes to quote. Beware of what you wish for in youth, because you will get it in middle life. Why does he send to one who is a buonaroba, a bay where all men ride, a maid of honor with a scandalous girlhood, a lordling to woo for him? He was himself a lord of language and had made himself a cloistral gentleman, and he had written Romeo and Juliet. Why? Belief in himself has been untimely killed. He was overborn in a cornfield first, ryefield, I should say, and he will never be a victor in his own eyes after, nor play victoriously the game of laugh and lie down. Assumed Dongyevanism will not save him. No later undoing will undo the first undoing. The tusk of the boar has wounded him there where love lies bleeding. If the shrew is worsted, yet there remains to her woman's invisible weapon. There is, I feel in the words, some goad of the flesh driving him into a new passion, a darker shadow of the first, darkening even his own understanding of himself. A like fate awaits him, and the two rages commingle in a whirlpool. They list. And in the porches of their ears I pour. The soul has been before stricken mortally, a poison poured in the porch of a sleeping ear. But those who are done to death in sleep cannot know the manner of their quell unless their Creator endow their souls with that knowledge in the life to come. The poisoning and the beast with two backs that urged it King Hamlet's ghost could not know of were he not endowed with knowledge by his Creator. That is why the speech, his lean unlovely English, is always turned elsewhere, backward. Ravisher and ravished, what he would but would not, go with him from Lucrece's blue circled ivory globes to Imogen's breast, bare, with its mole sink spotted. He goes back, weary of the creation he has piled up to hide him from himself, an old dog licking an old sore. But, because loss is his gain, he passes on towards eternity in undiminished personality, untaught by the wisdom he has written or by the laws he has revealed. His beaver is up. He is a ghost, a shadow now, the wind by Elsinore's rocks or what you will, the sea's voice, a voice heard only in the heart of him who is the substance of his shadow, the Son consubstantial with the Father. Amen. Was responded from the doorway. Hast thou found me, O mine enemy? Entr'acte. A ribald face, sullen as a dean's, Buck Mulligan came forward, then blithe and motley, towards the greeting of their smiles. My telegram. You were speaking of the gaseous vertebrate, if I mistake not? He asked of Stephen. Primrosy vested he greeted gaily with his doffed panamas with a bauble. They make him welcome. Was Duverlashstwurst do knock dienen. Brood of mockers, Photius, Sutomalachi, Johann most. He who himself begot Middler the Holy Ghost and himself sent himself, Agenbuyer, between himself and others, who, put upon by his fiends, stripped and whipped, was nailed like bat to barn door, starved on cross tree, who let him bury, stood up, harrowed hell, fared into heaven, and there these 1900 years sitteth on the right hand of his own self, but yet shall come in the latter day to doom the quick and dead, when all the quick shall be dead already. Glow, oh, re-anx, sell, sisda, oh, he lifts his hands. Veils fall. Oh, flowers. Bells with bells acquiring. Yes, indeed, the Quaker librarian said. A most instructive discussion. Mr. Mulligan, I'll be bound, has his theory too of the play and of Shakespeare. All sides of life should be represented. He smiled on all sides equally. Buck Mulligan thought, puzzled. Shakespeare? He said. I seem to know the name. A flying sunny smile rayed in his loose features. To be sure, he said, remembering brightly. The chap that writes like Sing. Mr. Best turned to him. "Haynes missed you," he said. "Did you meet him? He'll see you after at the DBC. He's gone to Jill's to buy Hyde's love songs of Connacht." "I came through the museum," Buck Mulligan said. "Was he here?" The Bard's fellow countryman, Johnny Clinton, answered, "Are rather tired perhaps of our brilliancies of theorizing. I hear that an actress played Hamlet for the 408th time last night in Dublin. Vining held that the prince was a woman. Has no one made him out to be an Irishman? Judge Barton, I believe, is searching for some clues. He swears, His Highness not His Lordship, by St. Patrick. The most brilliant of all is that story of Wilde's," Mr. Best said, lifting his brilliant notebook. "That portrait of Mr. W. H., where he proves that the sonnets were written by a Willie Hughes, a man all Hughes. For Willie Hughes, is it not?" the Quaker librarian asked. "Or Hughie Wills? Mr. William himself. W. H., who am I? I mean, for Willie Hughes," Mr. Best said, amending his gloss easily. "Of course it's all paradox, don't you know, Hughes and Hughes and Hughes, the color, but it's so typical the way he works it out. It's the very essence of Wilde, don't you know. The light touch." His glance touched their faces lightly as he smiled, a blonde tame essence of Wilde. "You're darned witty. 3 drams of usquebaugh you drank with Dandisi's ducats. How much did I spend? Oh, a few shillings. For a plump of pressmen. Humour wet and dry. Wit. You would give your 5 wits for youth's proud livery he pranks in. Lineaments of gratified desire. There be many mo. Take her for me. In pairing time. Jove, a cool time send them. Yea, turtle dove her. Eve. Naked wheat-bellied sin. A snake coils her, Fangin's kiss. Do you think it is only a paradox?" the Quaker librarian was asking. "The mocker is never taken seriously when he is most serious." They talked seriously of Mocker's seriousness. Buck Mulligan's again heavy face eyed Stephen a while. Then, his head wagging, he came near, drew a folded telegram from his pocket. His mobile lips read, smiling with new delight. "Telegram," he said. "Wonderful inspiration. Telegram. A papal bull." He sat on a corner of the unlit desk, reading aloud joyfully. The sentimentalist is he who would enjoy without incurring the immense debtorship for a thing done. Signed, Daedalus. "Where did you launch it from? The Kips?" "No. College Green. Have you drunk the 4 quid? The aunt is going to call on your unsubstantial father." Telegram. "Malachi Mulligan, The Ship, Lower Abbey Street." "Oh, you peerless mummer. Oh, you prestified conchite." Joyfully he thrust message and envelope into a pocket but keened in a querulous brogue. "It's what I'm telling you, Mr. Honey, it's queer and sick we were, Haynes and myself, the time himself brought it in. 'Twas murmur we did for a gallus potion would rouse a friar, I'm thinking, and he limp with lecking. And we 1 hour and 2 hours and 3 hours in Connery's sitting civil waiting for pints apiece," he wailed, "and we to be there, mvrone, and you to be unbeknownst sending us your conglomerations the way we to have our tongues out a yard long like the drithy clerics to be fainting for a pussful." Stephen laughed. Quickly, warningfully Buck Mulligan bent down. "The tramper Singh is looking for you," he said, "to murder you. He heard you pissed on his hall door in Glasgow. He's out in Pampooties to murder you." "Me?" Stephen exclaimed. "That was your contribution to literature." Buck Mulligan gleefully bent back, laughing to the dark eavesdropping ceiling. "Murder you?" he laughed. "Harsh gargoyle face that warred against me over our mess of hash of lights in Rue Saint André des Arts. In words of words for words, palabras. Oi icen with Patrick. Fawnman he met in Clamart Woods, brandishing a wine bottle. Save and read a saint. Murthering Irish. His image, wandering, he met. I met a fool i'th forest. Mr. Lister," an attendant said from the door ajar, "in which everyone can find his own." So Mr. Justice Madden in his diary of Master William Silence has found the hunting terms, yes? What is it? There's a gentleman here, sir, the attendant said, coming forward and offering a card. From the Freeman. He wants to see the files of the Kilkenny people for last year. Certainly, certainly, certainly. Is the gentleman? He took the eager card, glanced, not saw, laid down unglanced, looked, asked, creaked, asked, is he? Oh, there. Brisk in a galliard he was off, out. In the daylit corridor he talked with voluble pains of seal, in duty bound, most fair, most kind, most honest broad brim. This gentleman? Freeman's Journal? Kilkenny people? To be sure. Good day, sir. Kilkenny, we have certainly. A patient silhouette waited, listening. All the leading provincial, Northern Whig, Cork Examiner, Enniscorthy Guardian, 1903, will you please? Evans, conduct this gentleman, if you just follow the button, or, please allow me, this way, please, sir, voluble, dutiful, he led the way to all the provincial papers, a bowing dark figure following his hasty heels. The door closed. The sheeny. Buck Mulligan cried. He jumped up and snatched the card. What's his name? Icky Moses? Bloom. He rattled on, Jehovah, collector of prepuces, is no more. I found him over in the museum where I went to hail the foam-born Aphrodite. The Greek mouth that has never been twisted in prayer. Every day we must do homage to her. Life of life, thy lips enkindle. Suddenly he turned to Stephen, he knows you. He knows your old fellow. Oh, I fear me, he is Greeker than the Greeks. His pale Galilean eyes were upon her mesial groove. Venus Callipyge. Oh, the thunder of those loins. The god pursuing the maidenhead. We want to hear more, John Eglinton decided with Mr. Best's approval. We begin to be interested in Mrs. S. till now we had thought of her, if at all, as a patient Griselda, a Penelope's item. Antisthenes, pupil of Gorgias, Stephen said, took the palm of beauty from Kyrios Menelaus Sprudam, Argive Helen, the wooden mare of Troy in whom a score of heroes slept, and handed it to poor Penelope. 20 years he lived in London and, during part of that time, he drew a salary equal to that of the Lord Chancellor of Ireland. His life was rich. His art, more than the art of feudalism as Walt Whitman called it, is the art of surfeit. Hot herring peas, green mugs of sack, honey sauces, sugar of roses, marchpane, gooseberried pigeons, ring-a-candies. Sir Walter Raleigh, when they arrested him, had 500,000 francs on his back including a pair of fancy stays. The Gombin woman Eliza Tudor had underlinen enough to vie with her of Sheba. 20 years he dallied there between conjugal love and its chaste delights and scaurtatory love and its foul pleasures. You know Manningham's story of the burgher's wife who bade Dick Burbage to her bed after she had seen him in Richard III, and how Shakespeare, overhearing, without more ado about nothing, took the cow by the horns and, when Burbage came knocking at the gate, answered from the capon's blankets, William the Conqueror came before Richard III. And the gay Alakin, Mistress Fitton, mount and cry oh, and his dainty bird's niece, Lady Penelope Rich, a clean quality woman is suited for a player, and the punks of the Bankside, a penny a time. Caers Lorraine. Encore 20 sous. New friends de petites coconneries. Minette. Tuvux. The height of fine society. And Sir William Davenant of Oxford's mother with her cup of canary for any cock-canary. Buck Mulligan, his pious eyes upturned, prayed, blessed Margaret Mary Anycock. And Harry of Six Wives' daughter. And other lady friends from neighbor seats as Lon Tennyson, gentleman poet, sings. But all those 20 years what do you suppose poor Penelope in Stratford was doing behind the diamond panes? Do and do. Thing done. In a rosary of Fetter Lane of Gerard, herbalist, he walks, grey auburn. An izzard harebell like her veins. Lids of Juno's eyes, violets. He walks. One life is all. One body. Do. But do. Afar, in a reek of lust and squalor, hands are laid on whiteness. Buck Mulligan rapped John Eglinton's desk sharply. "Whom do you suspect?" he challenged. "Say that he is the spurned lover in the sonnets. Once spurned, twice spurned. But the court wanton spurned him for a lord, his dharma love. Love that dare not speak its name." "As an Englishman, you mean," John Sturdy Eglinton put in, "he loved a lord. Old wall where sudden lizards flash. At Charenton I watched them. It seems so," Stephen said, "when he wants to do for him, and for all other and singular uneared wombs, the holy office an ostler does for the stallion. Maybe, like Socrates, he had a midwife to mother as he had a shrew to wife. But she, the giglot wanton, did not break a bedvow. Two deeds are rank in that ghost's mind, a broken vow and the dull-brained yokel on whom her favor has declined, deceased husband's brother. Sweet Anne, I take it, was hot in the blood. Once a wooer, twice a wooer." Stephen turned boldly in his chair. "The burden of proof is with you, not with me," he said, frowning. "If you deny that in the 5th scene of Hamlet he has branded her with infamy, tell me why there is no mention of her during the 34 years between the day she married him and the day she buried him. All those women saw their men down and under, Mary, her goodman John, Anne, her poor dear Willon, when he went and died on her, raging that he was the first to go, Joan, her 4 brothers, Judith, her husband and all her sons, Susan, her husband too, while Susan's daughter, Elizabeth, to use Granddaddy's words, wed her second, having killed her first. Oh, yes, mention there is. In the years when he was living richly in royal London to pay a debt she had to borrow 40 shillings from her father's shepherd. Explain you then. Explain the swan song too wherein he has commended her to posterity." He faced their silence. "To whom thus, Eglinton, you mean the will. But that has been explained, I believe, by jurists. She was entitled to her widow's dower at common law. His legal knowledge was great, our judges tell us. Him Satan flares, mocker, and therefore he left out her name from the first draft, but he did not leave out the presents for his granddaughter, for his daughters, for his sister, for his old cronies in Stratford and in London. And therefore when he was urged, as I believe, to name her, he left her his second best bed. Punct. Left there his second best, left there his best a bed, second best, left a bed. Whoa. Pretty country folk had few chattels then, John Eglinton observed, as they have still if our peasant plays are true to type. He was a rich country gentleman, Stephen said, with a coat of arms and landed estate at Stratford and a house in Ireland Yard, a capitalist shareholder, a bill promoter, a tithe farmer. Why did he not leave her his best bed if he wished her to snore away the rest of her nights in peace? It is clear that there were 2 beds, a best and a second best, Mr. Second Best said finally. Separatio immensa et thalamo, bettered Buck Mulligan and was smiled on. Antiquity mentions famous beds, Second Eglinton puckered, bed smiling. Let me think. Antiquity mentions that stagey right school urchin and bald heathen sage, Stephen said, who when dying in exile frees and endows his slaves, pays tribute to his elders, wills to be laid in earth near the bones of his dead wife and bids his friends be kind to an old mistress, don't forget Nell Gwyn Hercules, and let her live in his villa. Do you mean he died so? Mr. Best asked with slight concern. I mean, he died dead drunk, Buck Mulligan capped. A quart of ale is a dish for a king. Oh, I must tell you what Dowden said. What? Asked Best Eglinton. William Shakespeare and Company, Ltd. The People's William. For terms apply, E. Dowden, Highfield House, Lovely. Buck Mulligan suspired amorously. I asked him what he thought of the charge of pederasty brought against the bard. He lifted his hands and said, all we can say is that life ran very high in those days. Lovely. Catamite. The sense of beauty leads us astray, said beautiful incidness best to ogling Eglinton. Steadfast John replied severe, the doctor can tell us what those words mean. You cannot eat your cake and have it. Sayest thou so? Will they wrest from us, from me, the palm of beauty? And the sense of property, Stephen said. He drew Shylock out of his own long pocket. The son of a malt jobber and moneylender, he was himself a corn jobber and moneylender, with 10 tods of corn hoarded in the famine riots. His borrowers are no doubt those divers of worship mentioned by Chettle Falstaff, who reported his uprightness of dealing. He sued a fellow player for the price of a few bags of malt and exacted his pound of flesh in interest for every money lent. How else could Aubrey's ostler and callboy get rich quick? All events brought grist to his mill. Shylock chimes with the Jew baiting that followed the hanging and quartering of the Queen's leech Lopez, his Jew's heart being plucked forth while the Sheeny was yet alive, Hamlet and Macbeth with the coming to the throne of a Scotch philosophaster with a turn for wit roasting. The Lost Armada is his jeer and Love's Labour Lost. His pageants, the histories, sail full-bellied on a tide of maffecking enthusiasm. Warwickshire Jesuits are tried and we have a Porter's theory of equivocation. The Sea Venture comes home from Bermudas and the play Renan admired is written with Patsy Caliban, our American cousin. The sugared sonnets follow Sidney's. As for Fay Elizabeth, otherwise Karate Bess, the gross virgin who inspired the Merry Wives of Windsor, let some main horror from Almany grope his life long for defied meanings in the depths of the buck basket. I think you're getting on very nicely. Just mix up a mixture of theologica philological. Mingo, Minxie, Mictum, Mingere. Prove that he was a Jew, John Eglinton dared, expectantly. Your Dean of Studies holds he was a Holy Roman. So flaminandus sum. He was made in Germany, Stephen replied, as the champion French polisher of Italian scandals. A myriad-minded man, Mr. Best reminded. Coleridge called him myriad-minded. Amplius. In Societate Humana hoc estate maxime necessarium ut sit amicitia inter multos. St. Thomas, Stephen began, ora pro nobis, Monk Mulligan groaned, sinking to a chair. There he keened a wailing rune. Pope Mahan. Acushla Macquarie. It's destroyed we are from this day. It's destroyed we are surely. All smiled their smiles. St. Thomas, Stephen smiling said, whose gore-bellied works I enjoy reading in the original, writing of incest from a standpoint different from that of the new Viennese school Mr. McGee spoke of, likens it in his wise and curious way to an avarice of the emotions. He means that the love so given to one near in blood is covetously withheld from some stranger who, it may be, hungers for it. Jews, whom Christians tax with avarice, are of all races the most given to intermarriage. Accusations are made in anger. The Christian laws which built up the hordes of the Jews, for whom, as for the Lollards, storm was shelter, bound their affections too with hoops of steel. Whether these be sins or virtues old nobody will tell us at doomsday leet. But a man who holds so tightly to what he calls his rights over what he calls his debts will hold tightly also to what he calls his rights over her whom he calls his wife. No smile neighbor shall covet his ox or his wife or his manservant or his maidservant or his jackass. Or his genius, Buck Mulligan and defend. Gentle Will is being roughly handled, gentle Mr. Best said gently. Which will? Gagged sweetly Buck Mulligan. We are getting mixed. The will to live, John Eglinton philosophized, for poor Anne, Will's widow, is the will to die. Requiescat. Stephen prayed. What of all the will to do? It has vanished long ago, she lies laid out in stark stiffness in that second bist bed, the mobbled queen, even though you prove that a bed in those days was as rare as a motor car is now and that its carvings were the wonder of 7 parishes. In old age she takes up with gospelers. One stayed with her at New Place and drank a quart of sack the town council paid for but in which bed he slept it skills not to ask, and heard she had a soul. She read or had read to her his chapbooks preferring them to the Merry Wives and, loosing her nightly waters on the Jordan, she thought over hooks and eyes for believers' breeches and the most spiritual snuff-box to make the most devout souls sneeze. Venus has twisted her lips in prayer. Age and bite of intuit, remorse of conscience. It is an age of exhausted whoredom groping for its God. History shows that to be true, inquit Eglintonus chronologos. The ages succeed one another. But we have it on high authority that a man's worst enemies shall be those of his own house and family. I feel that Russell is right. What do we care for his wife or father? I should say that only family poets have family lives. Falstaff was not a family man. I feel that the fat knight is his supreme creation. Lean, he lay back. Shy, deny thy kindred, the uncogid. Shy, supping with the godless, he sneaks the cup. A sire in Ultonian Antrim baited him. Visits him here on quarter days. Mr. McGee, sir, there's a gentleman to see you. Me? Says he's your father, sir. Give me my Wordsworth. Enter McGee More Matthew, a rugged rough rug-headed kern, in Strossers with a buttoned codpiece, his nether stocks bemired with clobber of 10 forests, a wand of wilding in his hand. Your own? He knows your old fellow. The widower. Hurrying to her squalid death lair from gay Paris on the quayside, I touched his hand. The voice, new warmth, speaking. Dr. Bob Kenny is attending her. The eyes that wish me well, but do not know me. A father, Stephen said, battling against hopelessness, is a necessary evil. He wrote the play in the months that followed his father's death. If you hold that he, a graying man with 2 marriageable daughters, with 35 years of life, nel mezzo del camin di nostra vita, with 50 of experience, is the beardless undergraduate from Wittenberg, then you must hold that his 70-year-old mother is the lustful queen. No. The corpse of John Shakespeare does not walk the night. From hour to hour it rots and rots. He rests, disarmed of fatherhood, having devised that mystical estate upon his son. Boccaccio's Calandrino was the first and last man who felt himself with child. Fatherhood, in the sense of conscious begetting, is unknown to man. It is a mystical estate, an apostolic succession, from only begetter to only begotten. On that mystery and not on the Madonna which the cunning Italian intellect flung to the mob of Europe, the Church is founded and founded irremovably because founded, like the world, macro and microcosm, upon the void. Upon incertitude, upon unlikelihood. Amor matris, subjective and objective genitive, may be the only true thing in life. Paternity may be a legal fiction. Who is the father of any son that any son should love him or he any son? What the hell are you driving at? I know. Shut up. Blast you. I have reasons. Amplius. Ad hoc. Iterum. Posta. Are you condemned to do this? They are sundered by a bodily shame so steadfast that the criminal annals of the world, stained with all other incests and bestialities, hardly record its breach. Sons with mothers, sires with daughters, lesbic sisters, loves that dare not speak their name, nephews with grandmothers, jailbirds with keyholes, queens with prize bulls. The son unborn mars beauty, born, he brings pain, divides affection, increases care. He is a new male, his growth is his father's decline, his youth his father's envy, his friend his father's enemy. In Rue Monsieur le Prince I thought it. What links them in nature? An instant of blind rut. Am I a father if I were? Shrunken uncertain hand. Sabellius, the African, subtlest heresiarch of all the beasts of the field, held that the father was himself his own son. The bulldog of Aquin, with whom no word shall be impossible, refutes him. Well, if the father who has not a son be not a father, can the son who has not a father be a son? When Rutland Bacon Southampton Shakespeare or another poet of the same name in the Comedy of Errors wrote Hamlet, he was not the father of his own son merely, but, being no more a son, he was and felt himself the father of all his race, the father of his own grandfather, the father of his unborn grandson who, by the same token, never was born, for nature, as Mr. McGee understands her, abhors perfection. Eglintonese, quick with pleasure, looked up shy brightly. Gladly glancing, a merry Puritan, through the twisted eglantine. Flatter. Rarely. But flatter. Himself his own father, Son Mulligan told himself. Wait. I am big with child. I have an unborn child in my brain. Pallas Athena. A play. The play's the thing. Let me parturiate. He clasped his paunch brow with both bird-hooting hands. As for his family, Stephen said, his mother's name lives in the forest of Arden. Her death brought from him the scene with Volumnia in Coriolanus. His boyson's death is the death scene of young Arthur in King John. Hamlet, the Black Prince, is Hamnet Shakespeare. Who the girls in The Tempest, in Pericles, in Winter's Tale are we know. Who Cleopatra, Fleshpot of Egypt, and Cressid and Venus are we may guess. But there is another member of his family who is recorded. The plot thickens, John Eglinton said. The Quaker librarian, quaking, tiptoed in, quake, his mask, quake, with haste, quake, quack. Door closed. Cell. Day. They list. 3. They. He they. Come, mess. Stephen, he had 3 brothers, Gilbert, Edmund, Richard. Gilbert in his old age told some cavaliers he got a pass for nout from Maester Gatherer one time mass he did and he seen his brood Maester while the playwriter up in Lunnon in a wrastling play would a man on's back. The playhouse sausage filled Gilbert's soul. He is nowhere, but an Edmund and a Richard are recorded in the works of Sweet William. Megeglan John, names. What's in a name? Best, that is my name, Richard, don't you know? I hope you are going to say a good word for Richard, don't you know, for my sake. Laughter. Buck Mulligan, piano, diminuendo, then outspoke Medical Dick to his comrade Medical Davy, Stephen, in his trinity of Blackwills, the villain Shakebags, Iago, Richard Crookback, Edmund in King Lear, to bear the wicked uncle's names. Nay, that last play was written or being written while his brother Edmund lay dying in Southwark. Best, I hope Edmund is going to catch it. I don't want Richard, my name, laughter, Quaker Lister, a tempo, but he that filches from me my good name, Stephen, stringendo, he has hidden his own name, a fair name, William, in the plays, a super here, a clown there, as a painter of old Italy set his face in a dark corner of his canvas. He has revealed it in the sonnets where there is will in overplus. Like John O'Gaunt his name is dear to him, as dear as the coat and crest he toadied for, on a bent sable a spear or steeled argent, honorific abilitude in a tatabus, dearer than his glory of greatest shikessin in the country. What's in a name? That is what we ask ourselves in childhood when we write the name that we are told is ours. A star, a day star, a firedrake, rose at his birth. It shone by day in the heavens alone, brighter than Venus in the night, and by night it shone over Delta in Cassiopeia, the recumbent constellation which is the signature of his initial among the stars. His eyes watched it, low lying on the horizon, eastward of the Bear, as he walked by the slumberous summer fields at midnight returning from Shottery and from her arms. Both satisfied. I too. Don't tell them he was 9 years old when it was quenched. And from her arms. Wait to be wooed and won. Eh, Mcock? Who will woo you? Read the skies. Autontoma knows. Baus Stefano knows. Where's your configuration? Stephen, cut the bread even. D. Swadana. Jai A. D. Louis. Gilindo rise of the non-amaras. D. What is that, Mr. Daedalus? The Quaker librarian asked. Was it a celestial phenomenon? A star by night, Stephen said. A pillar of the cloud by day. What more is to speak? Stephen looked on his hat, his stick, his boots. Stephanos, my crown. My sword. His boots are spoiling the shape of my feet. By a pair. Holes in my socks. Handkerchief too. You make good use of the name, John Eglinton aloud. Your own name is strange enough. I suppose it explains your fantastical humor. Me, McGee, and Mulligan. Fabulous artificer. The hawk-like man. You flew. Re-to? New Haven Dieppe, steerage passenger. Paris and back. Lapwing. Icarus. Pater, 8. Siebdeld, fallen, weltering. Lapwing you are. Lapwing B. Mr. Best Eager quietly lifted his book to say, that's very interesting because that brother motive, don't you know, we find also in the old Irish myths. Just what you say. The three brothers Shakespeare. In Grimm too, don't you know, the fairy tales. The third brother that always marries the sleeping beauty and wins the best prize. Best of best brothers. Good, better, best. The Quaker librarian Spring halted near. I should like to know, he said, which brother you. I understand you to suggest there was misconduct with one of the brothers, but perhaps I am anticipating. He caught himself in the act, looked at all, refrained. An attendant from the doorway called, Mr. Lister. Father Deneen wants. Oh, Father Deneen. Directly. Swiftly rectly creaking rectly he was rectly gone. John Eglinton touched the foil. Come, he said. Let us hear what you have to say of Richard and Edmund. You kept them for the last, didn't you? In asking you to remember those two noble kinsmen Nuncle Richie and Nuncle Edmund, Stephen answered, I feel I am asking too much perhaps. A brother is as easily forgotten as an umbrella. Lapwing. Where is your brother? Apothecary's Hall. My whetstone. Him, then Cranley, Mulligan, now these. Speech, speech. But act. Act speech. They mock to try you. Act. Be acted on. Lapwing. I am tired of my voice, the voice of Esau. My kingdom for a drink. On. You will say those names were already in the chronicles from which he took the stuff of his plays. Why did he take them rather than others? Richard, a whoreson crookback, misbegotten, makes love to a widow Dan, what's in a name? Woos and wins her, a whoreson merry widow. Richard the Conqueror, third brother, came after William the Conquered. The other four acts of that play hang limply from that first. Of all his kings Richard is the only king unshielded by Shakespeare's reverence, the angel of the world. Why is the underplot of King Lear in which Edmund figures lifted out of Sidney's Arcadia and spatchcocked onto a Celtic legend older than history? That was Will's way, John Eglinton defended. We should not now combine a Norse saga with an excerpt from a novel by George Meredith. Qu'voulez-vous? Moore would say. He puts Bohemia on the seacoast and makes Ulysses quote Aristotle. Why? Stephen answered himself. Because the theme of the false or the usurping or the adulterous brother or all three in one is to Shakespeare, what the poor are not, always with him. The note of banishment, banishment from the heart, banishment from home, sounds uninterruptedly from the two gentlemen of Verona onward till Prospero breaks his staff, buries it certain fathoms in the earth and drowns his book. It doubles itself in the middle of his life, reflects itself in another, repeats itself, protasis, epitasis, catastasis, catastrophe. It repeats itself again when he is near the grave, when his married daughter Susan, chip of the old block, is accused of adultery. But it was the original sin that darkened his understanding, weakened his will and left in him a strong inclination to evil. The words are those of my lords bishops of Maynooth. An original sin and, like original sin, committed by another in whose sin he too has sinned. It is between the lines of his last written words, it is petrified on his tombstone under which her 4 bones are not to be laid. Age has not withered it. Beauty and peace have not done it away. It is in infinite variety everywhere in the world he has created, in Much Ado About Nothing, Twice in As You Like It, in The Tempest, in Hamlet, in Measure for Measure, and in all the other plays which I have not read. He laughed to free his mind from his mind's bondage. Judge Eglinton summed up. The truth is midway, he affirmed. He is the ghost and the prince. He is all in all. He is, Stephen said. The boy of Act 1 is the mature man of Act 5. All in all. In Cymbeline, in Othello he is bought and cuckolded. He acts and is acted on. Lover of an ideal or a perversion, like Jose he kills the real Carmen. His unremitting intellect is the horn Madiago ceaselessly willing that the more in him shall suffer. Cuckoo. Cuckoo. Cuck Mulligan clucked lewdly. O word of fear. Dark Dome received, reverbed. And what a character is Iago! Undaunted John Eglinton exclaimed. When all is said Dumas fills, or is it Dumas per? Is right. After God Shakespeare has created most. Man delights him not nor woman neither, Stephen said. He returns after a life of absence to that spot of earth where he was born, where he has always been, man and boy, a silent witness, and there, his journey of life ended, he plants his mulberry tree in the earth. Then dies. The motion is ended. Grave diggers bury Hamlet per? And Hamlet fills. A king and a prince at last in death, with incidental music. And, what though murdered and betrayed, bewept by all frail tender hearts, for, Dane or Dubliner, sorrow for the dead is the only husband from whom they refuse to be divorced. If you like the epilogue, look long on it. Prosperous Prospero, the good man rewarded, Lizzie, Grandpa's lump of love, and Nuncle Richie, the bad man taken off by poetic justice to the place where the bad niggers go. Strong curtain. He found in the world without as actual what was in his world within as possible. Maeterlinck says, if Socrates leave his house today he will find the sage seated on his doorstep. If Judas go forth tonight it is to Judas his steps will tend. Every life is many days, day after day. We walk through ourselves, meeting robbers, ghosts, giants, old men, young men, wives, widows, brothers in love, but always meeting ourselves. The playwright who wrote the folio of this world and wrote it badly, he gave us light first and the sun 2 days later, the Lord of things as they are, whom the most Roman of Catholics call Dioboya, hangman God, is doubtless all in all of us, ostler and butcher, and would be bought and cuckolded too, but that in the economy of heaven, foretold by Hamlet, there are no more marriages, glorified man, an androgynous angel, being a wife unto himself. Eureka! Buck Mulligan cried. Eureka! Suddenly happy he jumped up and reached in astride John Eglinton's desk. May I? He said. The Lord has spoken to Malachi. He began to scribble on a slip of paper. Take some slips from the counter going out. Those who are married, Mr. Best's herald, said, all save one, shall live. The rest shall keep as they are. He laughed, unmarried, at Eglinton Johannes, of arts a bachelor. Unwed, unfancied, whereof whiles, they finger ponder nightly each his variorum edition of the Taming of the Shrew. You are a delusion, said roundly John Eglinton to Stephen. You have brought us all this way to show us a French triangle. Do you believe your own theory? No, Stephen said promptly. Are you going to write it? Mr. Best asked. You ought to make it a dialogue, don't you know, like the Platonic dialogues Wilde wrote. John Eclecticon doubly smiled. Well, in that case, he said, I don't see why you should expect payment for it since you don't believe it yourself. Dowden believes there is some mystery in Hamlet but will say no more. Herr Blibdrow, the man Piper met in Berlin, who is working up that Rutland theory, believes that the secret is hidden in the Stratford monument. He is going to visit the present Duke, Piper says, and prove to him that his ancestor wrote the plays. It will come as a surprise to his grace. But he believes his theory. I believe, O Lord, help my unbelief. That is, help me to believe or help me to unbelieve? Who helps to believe? Egoman. Who to unbelieve? Other chap. You are the only contributor to Dana who asks for pieces of silver. Then I don't know about the next number. Fred Ryan wants space for an article on economics. Fredrine. 2 pieces of silver he lent me. Tide you over. Economics. For a guinea, Stephen said, you can publish this interview. Buck Mulligan stood up from his scribbling, laughing, and then gravely said, honeying malice, I called upon the bard Kench at his summer residence in Upper Mecklenburg Street and found him deep in the study of the Soma contra Gentiles in the company of 2 gonorrheal ladies, Fresh Nellie and Rosalie, the Colquhoy whore. He broke away. Come, Kench. Come, wandering Angus of the birds. Come, Kench. You have eaten all we left. I will serve you your orts and offals. Stephen rose. Life is many days. This will end. We shall see you tonight, John Eglinton said. Notre ami Moore says Malachi Mulligan must be there. Buck Mulligan flaunted his slip and Panama. "Monsieur Moore," he said, "lecturer on French letters to the youth of Ireland. I'll be there. Come, Kinch, the bards must drink. Can you walk straight?" Laughing, he swilled till 11. Irish Night's entertainment. Lubber, Stephen followed a lubber. One day in the National Library we had a discussion. Shakes. After his lub back, I followed. I gall his kibe. Stephen, greeting, then all amort, followed a lubber jester, a welcome Ted, new barbered, out of the vaulted cell into a shattering daylight of no thought. What have I learned? Of them? Of me? Walk like Haynes now. The constant reader's room. In the reader's book Cashel Boyle O'Connor Fitzmaurice Distal Farrell Paraphes his polysyllables. Item, was Hamlet mad? The Quaker's pate godlily with a priestine in book talk. Oh please do, sir, I shall be most pleased, amused Buck Mulligan mused in pleasant murmur with himself, self-nodding, a pleased bottom. The turnstile. Is that? Blue-ribboned hat, idly riding, what? Looked? The curving balustrade, smooth-sliding Mincius. Buck Mulligan, Panama-omitted, went step by step, iaming, trolling, Johnny Glinton, my Joe, John, why won't you wed a wife? He spluttered to the air, oh, the chinless Chinaman. Chin Chawniji Linton. We went over to their playbox, Haynes and I, the Plumbers' Hall. Our players are creating a new art for Europe like the Greeks or a Maeterlinck. Abbey Theatre. I smell the pubic sweat of monks. He spat blank. Forgot, any more than he forgot the whipping lousy Lucy gave him. And left the femme de Trendians. And why no other children born? And his first child a girl? After wit. Go back. The dour recluse still there, he has his cake, and the youngling, minion of pleasure, Feddo's toyable fair hair. I just wanted, I forgot, he, Longworth and McCurdy Atkinson were there, Puck Mulligan footed featly, trilling, I hardly hear the purloo cry or a Tommy talk as I pass one by before my thoughts begin to run on F. McCurdy Atkinson, the same that had the wooden leg and that filibustering filibeg that never dared to slake his dearth, McGee that had the chinless mouth. Being afraid to marry on earth they masturbated for all they were worth. Just on. Know thyself. Halted, below me, a quizzer looks at me. I halt. Mournful mummer, Buck Mulligan moaned. Singh has left off wearing black to be like nature. Only crows, priests and English coal are black. A laugh dripped over his lips. Longworth is awfully sick, he said, after what you wrote about that old Hake Gregory. Oh you inquisitional drunken Jude suit. She gets you a job on the paper and then you go and slate her drivel to Jesus. Couldn't you do the Yeats touch? He went on and down, mopping, chanting with waving graceful arms, the most beautiful book that has come out of our country in my time. One thinks of Homer. He stopped at the stairfoot. I have conceived a play for the mummers, he said solemnly. The pillared Moorish hall, shadows entwined. Gone the 9 men's Moors with caps of indices. In sweetly varying voices Buck Mulligan read his tablet, every man his own wife or a honeymoon in the hand, a national immorality in 3 orgasms. By Ballucky Mulligan he turned a happy patches smirk to Stephen, saying, the disguise, I fear, is thin. But listen. He read, Marcato, characters, Toady Tostoff, a ruined Pole, Crab, a bushranger, Medical Dick, and 2 birds with 1 stone, Medical Davy, Mother Grogan, a water carrier, Fresh Nellie and Rosalie, the Colquhoy whore. He laughed, lolling a to and fro head, walking on, followed by Stephen, and mirthfully he told the shadows, souls of men, oh, the night in the Camden Hall when the daughters of Erin had to lift their skirts to step over you as you lay in your mulberry-colored, multicolored, multitudinous vomit. The most innocent son of Erin, Stephen said, for whom they ever lifted them. About to pass through the doorway, feeling one behind, he stood aside. Part. The moment is now. Where then? If Socrates leave his house today, if Judas go forth tonight. Why? That lies in space which I in time must come to, ineluctably. My will, his will that fronts me. Seas between. A man passed out between them, bowing, greeting. "Good day again," Buck Mulligan said. "The portico. Here I watched the birds for augury. Angus of the birds. They go, they come. Last night I flew. Easily flew. Men wondered. Street of harlots after. A cream fruit melon he held to me. In. You will see. The wandering Jew," Buck Mulligan whispered with clown's awe. "Did you see his eye? He looked upon you to lust after you. I fear thee, ancient mariner. Oh, Kinch, thou art in peril. Get thee a breechpad. Manor of Oxenford. Day. Wheelbarrow sun over arch of bridge. A dark back went before them, step of a pard, down, out by the gateway, under portcullis barbs. They followed. Offend me still. Speak on. Kind air to find the coins of houses in Kildare Street. No birds. Frail from the housetops 2 plumes of smoke ascended, pluming, and in a flaw of softness softly were blown. Cease to strive. Peace of the Druid priests of Cymbeline, hierophantic, from white earthen altar. Laud we the gods and let our crooked smokes climb to their nostrils from our blessed altars. The Superior, the Very Reverend John Conmee S.J. reset his smooth watch in his interior pocket as he came down the presbytery steps. 5 to 3. Just nice time to walk to R10. What was that boy's name again? Dignam. Yes. Veerdinamedeston Estate. Brother Swan was the person to see. Mr. Cunningham's letter. Yes. Oblige him, if possible. Good practical Catholic, useful at mission time. A on-legged sailor, swinging himself onward by lazy jerks of his crutches, growled some notes. He jerked short before the convent of the Sisters of Charity and held out a peaked cap for alms towards the Very Reverend John Conmee S.J. Father Conmee blessed him in the sun for his purse held, he knew, 1 silver crown. Father Conmee crossed to Mountjoy Square. He thought, but not for long, of soldiers and sailors, whose legs had been shot off by cannonballs, ending their days in some pauper ward, and of Cardinal Wolsey's words, "If I had served my God as I have served my King he would not have abandoned me in my old days." He walked by the tree shade of Sunday-winking leaves, and towards him came the wife of Mr. David Sheehy MP. "Very well, indeed, father. And you, father?" Father Conmee was wonderfully well indeed. He would go to Buxton probably for the waters. And her boys, were they getting on well at Belvedere? Was that so? Father Conmee was very glad indeed to hear that. And Mr. Sheehy himself? Still in London. The house was still sitting, to be sure it was. Beautiful weather it was, delightful indeed. Yes, it was very probable that Father Bernard Vaughan would come again to preach. Oh, yes, a very great success. A wonderful man really. Father Conmee was very glad to see the wife of Mr. David Sheehy MP aching so well, and he begged to be remembered to Mr. David Sheehy MP. Yes, he would certainly call. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Sheehy." Father Conmee doffed his silk hat and smiled, as he took leave, at the jet beads of her mantilla ink shining in the sun. And smiled yet again, in going. He had cleaned his teeth, he knew, with arecanut paste. Father Conmee walked and, walking, smiled, for he thought on Father Bernard Vaughan's droll eyes and cockney voice. Pilot. Way don't you hold back that owlin' mub? A zealous man, however. Really he was. And really did great good in his way. Beyond a doubt. He loved Ireland, he said, and he loved the Irish. Of good family too, would one think it? Welsh, were they not? Oh, lest he forget. That letter to Father Provincial. Father Conmee stopped 3 little schoolboys at the corner of Mountjoy Square. Yes, they were from Belvedere. The little house. Aha. And were they good boys at school? Oh, that was very good now. And what was his name? Jack Sohan. And his name? Ger. Gallagher. And the other little man? His name was Brunny Linham. Oh, that was a very nice name to have. Father Conmee gave a letter from his breast to Master Brunny Linham and pointed to the red pillar box at the corner of Fitzgibbon Street. "But mind you don't post yourself into the box, little man," he said. The boys sighed Father Conmee and laughed. "Oh, sir. Well, let me see if you can post a letter," Father Conmee said. Master Brunny Linham ran across the road and put Father Conmee's letter to Father Provincial into the mouth of the bright red letterbox. Father Conmee smiled and walked along Mountjoy Square East. Mr. Dennis J. Magini, professor of dancing N.C., in silk hat, slate frock coat with silk facings, white kerchief tie, tight lavender trousers, canary gloves and pointed patent boots, walking with grave deportment most respectfully took the curbstone as he passed Lady Maxwell at the corner of Dignam's Court. Was that not Mrs. McGuinness? Mrs. McGuinness, stately, silver-hored, bowed to Father Conmee from the farther footpath along which she sailed. And Father Conmee smiled and saluted. How did she do? A fine carriage she had. Like Mary, Queen of Scots, something. And to think that she was a pawnbroker. Well, now. What should he say? Such a queenly mien. Father Conmee walked down Great Charles Street and glanced at the shut-up Free Church on his left. The Reverend T.R. Green B.A. will DV speak. The incumbent they called him. He felt it incumbent on him to say a few words. But one should be charitable. Invincible ignorance. They acted according to their lights. Father Conmee turned the corner and walked along the North Circular Road. It was a wonder that there was not a tram line in such an important thoroughfare. Surely, there ought to be. A band of satcheled schoolboys crossed from Richmond Street. All raised untidy caps. Father Conmee greeted them more than once benignly. Christian brother boys. Father Conmee smelt incense on his right hand as he walked. St. Joseph's Church, Portland Row. For aged and virtuous females. Father Conmee raised his hat to the Blessed Sacrament. Virtuous, but occasionally they were also bad-tempered. Near Aldborough House Father Conmee thought of that spendthrift nobleman. And now it was an office or something. Father Conmee began to walk along the North Strand Road and was saluted by Mr. William Gallagher who stood in the doorway of his shop. Father Conmee saluted Mr. William Gallagher and perceived the odors that came from bacon flitches and ample cools of butter. He passed Grogan's the tobacconist against which newsboards leaned and told of a dreadful catastrophe in New York. In America those things were continually happening. Unfortunate people to die like that, unprepared. Still, an act of perfect contrition. Father Conmee went by Daniel Bergen's public house against the window of which two unlaboring men lounged. They saluted him and were saluted. Father Conmee passed H.J. O'Neill's funeral establishment where Corny Kelleher totted figures in the daybook while he chewed a blade of hay. A constable on his beat saluted Father Conmee and Father Conmee saluted the constable. Inksteaders, the pork butchers, Father Conmee observed pigs' puddings, white and black and red, lie neatly curled in tubes. Moored under the trees of Charleville Mall Father Conmee saw a turf barge, a tow-horse with pendant head, a bargeman with a hat of dirty straw seated amidships, smoking and staring at a branch of poplar above him. It was idyllic, and Father Conmee reflected on the providence of the Creator who had made turf to be in bogs whence men might dig it out and bring it to town and hamlet to make fires in the houses of poor people. On Newcomen Bridge the Very Reverend John Conmee S.J. of St. Francis Xavier's Church, Upper Gardner Street, stepped onto an outward-bound tram. Off an inward-bound tram stepped the Reverend Nicholas Dudley C. of St. Agatha's Church, North William Street, onto Newcomen Bridge. At Newcomen Bridge Father Conmee stepped into an outward-bound tram for he disliked to traverse on foot the dingy way past Mud Island. Father Conmee sat in a corner of the tram car, a blue ticket tucked with care in the eye of one plump kid glove, while 4 shillings, a sixpence and 5 pennies chuted from his other plump glove palm into his purse. Passing the Ivy Church he reflected that the ticket inspector usually made his visit when one had carelessly thrown away the ticket. The solemnity of the occupants of the car seemed to Father Kenme excessive for a journey so short and cheap. Father Kenme liked cheerful decorum. It was a peaceful day. The gentleman with the glasses opposite Father Kenme had finished explaining and looked down. His wife, Father Kenme supposed. A tiny yawn opened the mouth of the wife of the gentleman with the glasses. She raised her small gloved fist, yawned ever so gently, tip-tapping her small gloved fist on her opening mouth and smiled tinily, sweetly. Father Kenme perceived her perfume in the car. He perceived also that the awkward man at the other side of her was sitting on the edge of the seat. Father Kenme at the altrails placed the host with difficulty in the mouth of the awkward old man who had the shaky head. At Ensley Bridge the tram halted and, when it was about to go, an old woman rose suddenly from her place to alight. The conductor pulled the bell strap to stay the car for her. She passed out with her basket and a market net, and Father Kenme saw the conductor help her and net and basket down, and Father Kenme thought that, as she had nearly passed the end of the penny fare, she was one of those good souls who had always to be told twice, "Bless you, my child, that they have been absolved, pray for me." But they had so many worries in life, so many cares, poor creatures. From the hoardings Mr. Eugene Stratton grimaced with thick near lips at Father Kenme. Father Kenme thought of the souls of black and brown and yellow men and of his sermon on St. Peter Claver S.J. and the African mission and of the propagation of the faith and of the millions of black and brown and yellow souls that had not received the baptism of water when their last hour came like a thief in the night. That book by the Belgian Jesuit, Le Nombre des Élus, seemed to Father Kenme a reasonable plea. Those were millions of human souls created by God in his own likeness to whom the faith had not, D.V., been brought. But they were God's souls, created by God. It seemed to Father Kenme a pity that they should all be lost, a waste, if one might say. At the Howth Road stop Father Kenme alighted, was saluted by the conductor and saluted in his turn. The Malahide Road was quiet. It pleased Father Kenme, road and name. The joy bells were ringing in gay Malahide. Lord Talbot de Malahide, immediate hereditary Lord Admiral of Malahide and the seas adjoining. Then came the call to arms and she was made, wife and widow in one day. Those were old worldish days, loyal times in joyous townlands, old times in the barony. Father Kenme, walking, thought of his little book Old Times in the Barony and of the book that might be written about Jesuit houses and of Mary Rochfort, daughter of Lord Molesworth, 1st Countess of Belvedere. A listless lady, no more young, walked alone the shore of Loch Ennell, Mary, 1st Countess of Belvedere, listlessly walking in the evening, not startled when an otter plunged. Who could know the truth? Not the jealous Lord Belvedere and not her confessor if she had not committed adultery fully, iaculatio seminis inter vast natural mulieris, with her husband's brother? She would half confess if she had not all sinned as women did. Only God knew and she and he, her husband's brother. Father Kenme thought of that tyrannous incontinence, needed however for man's race on earth, and of the ways of God which were not our ways. Don John Kenme walked and moved in times of yore. He was humane and honored there. He bore in mind secrets confessed and he smiled at smiling noble faces in a beeswaxed drawing room, sealed with full fruit clusters. And the hands of a bride and of a bridegroom, noble to noble, were impinned by Don John Kenme. It was a charming day. The lich gate of a field showed Father Kenme breadths of cabbages, curtsying to him with ample underleaves. The sky showed him a flock of small white clouds going slowly down the wind. Moudonner, the French said. A just and homely word. Father Kenme, reading his office, watched a flock of muttoning clouds over Ratguffey. His thin-socked ankles were tickled by the stubble of Clongowes field. He walked there, reading in the evening, and heard the cries of the boys' lines at their play, young cries in the quiet evening. He was their rector. His reign was mild. Father Kenme drew off his gloves and took his rediged breviary out. An ivory bookmark told him the page. Nones. He should have read that before lunch. But Lady Maxwell had come. Father can me read in secret Pater and Ave and crossed his breast. Deus in adiutorium. He walked calmly and read mutely the nones, walking and reading till he came to res in beati immaculati, principium verborum chaurum veritas, in aeternum omnia indicia est aetae. A flushed young man came from a gap of a hedge and after him came a young woman with wild nodding daisies in her hand. The young man raised his cap abruptly, the young woman abruptly bent and with slow care detached from her light skirt a clinging twig. Father Canme blessed both gravely and turned a thin page of his breviary. Sin, principes persecuti sunt me gratis, et verbas tuas form davit cormum. Corny Kelleher closed his long day book and glanced with his drooping eye at a pine coffin lid centride in a corner. He pulled himself erect, went to it and, spinning it on its axle, viewed its shape and brass furnishings. Chewing his blade of hay he laid the coffin lid by and came to the doorway. There he tilted his hat brim to give shade to his eyes and leaned against the door case, looking idly out. Father John Canme stepped into the Dolly Mount tram on Newcomen Bridge. Corny Kelleher locked his large-footed boots and gazed, his hat down tilted, chewing his blade of hay. Constable 57C, on his beat, stood to pass the time of day. "That's a fine day, Mr. Kelleher." "Eh?" Corny Kelleher said. "It's very close," the constable said. Corny Kelleher sped a silent jet of hay juice arching from his mouth while a generous white arm from a window in Eccles Street flung forth a coin. "What's the best news?" he asked. "I seen that particular party last evening," the constable said with bated breath. A on-legged sailor crutched himself round McConnell's corner, skirting Rob Ayote's ice cream car, and jerked himself up Eccles Street. Towards Larry O'Rourke, in shirt-sleeves in his doorway, he growled unamiably, "For England." He swung himself violently forward past Katie and Booty Dedalus, halted and growled, "Home and Beauty." J. O'Malley's white careworn face was told that Mr. Lambert was in the warehouse with a visitor. A stout lady stopped, took a copper coin from her purse and dropped it into the cap held out to her. The sailor grumbled thanks, glanced sourly at the unheeding windows, sank his head and swung himself forward 4 strides. He halted and growled angrily, "For England." 2 barefoot urchins, sucking long licorice laces, halted near him, gaping at his stump with their yellow slobbered mouths. He swung himself forward in vigorous jerks, halted, lifted his head towards a window and bayed deeply, "Home and Beauty." The gay sweet chirping whistling within went on a bar or two, ceased. The blind of the window was drawn aside. A card "Unfurnished Apartments" slipped from the sash and fell. A plump bare generous arm shone, was seen, held forth from a white petticoat bodice and taut shift straps. A woman's hand flung forth a coin over the area railings. It fell on the path. One of the urchins ran to it, picked it up and dropped it into the minstrel's cap, saying, "There, sir." Katie and Booty Dedalus shoved in the door of the closest teeming kitchen. "Did you put in the books?" Booty asked. Maggie at the range rammed down a grayish mass beneath bubbling suds twice with her pot stick and wiped her brow. "They wouldn't give anything on them," she said. Father Canme walked through Clongyow's fields, his thin-socked ankles tickled by stubble. "Where did you try?" Booty asked. "Guinness's." Booty stamped her foot and threw her satchel on the table. "Bad cess to her big face," she cried. Katie went to the range and peered with squinting eyes. "What's in the pot?" she asked. "Shirts," Maggie said. Booty cried angrily, "Cricky, is there nothing for us to eat?" Katie, lifting the kettle lid in a pad of her stained skirt, asked, "And what's in this?" A heavy fume gushed in answer. "Pea soup," Maggie said. "Where did you get it?" Katie asked. "Sister Mary Patrick," Maggie said. The lackey rang his bell. Brang. Booty sat down at the table and said hungrily, "Give us it here." Maggie poured yellow thick soup from the kettle into a bowl. Katie, sitting opposite Booty, said quietly, as her fingertip lifted to her mouth random crumbs, "A good job we have that much." "Where's Dilly?" "Gone to meet father," Maggie said. Booty, breaking big chunks of bread into the yellow soup, added, "Our Father who art not in heaven." Maggie, pouring yellow soup in Katie's bowl, exclaimed, "Booty. For shame." A skiff, a crumpled throwaway, "Elijah is coming," rode lightly down the Liffey, under Loop Line Bridge, shooting the rapids where water chafed around the bridge piers, sailing eastward past hulls and anchor chains, between the Custom House Old Dock and George's Quay. The blonde girl in Thornton's bedded the wicker basket with rustling fiber. Blazes Boylan handed her the bottle swathed in pink tissue paper and a small jar. "Put these in first, will you?" he said. "Yes, sir," the blonde girl said. "And the fruit on top." "That'll do, game ball," Blazes Boylan said. She bestowed fat pears neatly, head by tail, and among them ripe shame-faced peaches. Blazes Boylan walked here and there in new tan shoes about the fruit-smelling shop, lifting fruits, young juicy crinkled and plump red tomatoes, sniffing smells. H.E.L.Y.S. filed before him, tall wet-hatted, past Tangier Lane, plodding towards their goal. He turned suddenly from a chip of strawberries, drew a gold watch from his fob and held it at its chain's length. "Can you send them by tram? Now?" A dark-backed figure under Merchant's Arch scanned books on the hawker's cart. "Certainly, sir. Is it in the city?" "Oh, yes," Blazes Boylan said. 10 minutes. The blonde girl handed him a docket and pencil. "Will you write the address, sir?" Blazes Boylan at the counter wrote and pushed the docket to her. "Send it at once, will you?" he said. "It's for an invalid." "Yes, sir. I will, sir." Blazes Boylan rattled merry money in his trousers pocket. "What's the damage?" he asked. The blonde girl's slim fingers reckoned the fruits. Blazes Boylan looked into the cut of her blouse. A young pullet. He took a red carnation from the tall stem glass. "This for me?" he asked gallantly. The blonde girl glanced sideways at him, got up regardless, with his tie a bit crooked, blushing. "Yes, sir," she said. Bending archly she reckoned again fat pears and blushing peaches. Blazes Boylan looked in her blouse with more favor, the stalk of the red flower between his smiling teeth. "May I say a word to your telephone, missy?" he asked roguishly. "Ma. Almadeno our Typhony said." He gazed over Stephen's shoulder at Goldsmith's snobby pole. 2 carfuls of tourists passed slowly, their women sitting gripping the handrests. Pale faces. Men's arms frankly round their stunted forms. They looked from Trinity to the blind columned porch of the Bank of Ireland where pigeons rock-cuckooed. "Anch'io ho avuto di quest'idee, Almadeno our Typhony said, quando giovane come lei. E poi mi sono convinto che il mondo è una bestia. E peccato. Perché la sua voce, serbi on spite de rendita, via. Envs, lei si sacrifica." "Sacrificio incruento," Stephen said smiling, swaying his ash plant in slow swung from its midpoint, lightly. "Speriamo," the round mustachioed face said pleasantly. "Ma, diaretta e me. Si rifletta." By the stern stone hand of Grattan, bidding halt, an inchicore tram unloaded straggling Highland soldiers of a band. "Si riflettero," Stephen said, glancing down the solid trouser leg. "Ma, sul serio, eh?" Almadeno our Typhony said. His heavy hand took Stephen's firmly. Human eyes. They gazed curiously an instant and turned quickly towards a Dalkey tram. "Eccolo," Almadeno our Typhony said in friendly haste. "Venga a trovarmi se pensi." "Addio, caro." "Arrivederla, maestro," Stephen said, raising his hat when his hand was freed. "Egregi. Dice?" Almadeno our Typhony said. "Scusi, eh?" "Tant belcos." Almadeno our Typhony, holding up a baton of rolled music as a signal, trotted on stout trousers after the Dalkey tram. In vain he trotted, signaling in vain among the rout of bare-kneed gillies smuggling implements of music through Trinity gates. Miss Dunn hid the Capel Street Library copy of The Woman in White far back in her drawer and rolled a sheet of gaudy notepaper into her typewriter. Too much mystery business in it. Is he in love with that one, Marion? Change it and get another by Mary Cecil Hay. The disc shot down the groove, wobbled a while, ceased and ogled them. 6. Miss Dunn clicked on the keyboard, June 16, 1904. 5 tall wit-hatted sandwichmen between Monopoly's corner and the slab where Wolfe-Tone's statue was not, L themselves turning H. E. L. Y.S and plodded back as they had come. Then she stared at the large poster of Marie Kindle, charming soubrette, and, listlessly lolling, scribbled on the jotters 16s and capital S's. Mustard hair and dauby cheeks. She's not nice looking, is she? The way she's holding up her bit of a skirt. Wonder will that fellow be at the band tonight? If I could get that dressmaker to make a concertina skirt like Susie Nagel's. They kick out grand. Shannon and all the boat club swells never took his eyes off her. Hope to goodness he won't keep me here till 7. The telephone rang rudely by her ear. Hello? Yes, sir. No, sir. Yes, sir. I'll ring them up after 5. Only those two, sir, for Belfast and Liverpool. All right, sir. Then I can go after 6 if you're not back. A quarter after. Yes, sir. 27 and 6. I'll tell him. Yes, 1, 7, 6. She scribbled 3 figures on an envelope. Mr. Boylan. Hello. That gentleman from Sport was in looking for you. Mr. Lenehan, yes. He said he'll be in the Ormond at 4. No, sir. Yes, sir. I'll ring them up after 5. 2 pink faces turned in the flare of the tiny torch. Who's that? Ned Lambert asked. Is that Crotty? Ring Gabella and Crosshaven, a voice replied, groping for foothold. Hello, Jack, is that yourself? Ned Lambert said, raising in salute his pliant lath among the flickering arches. Come on. Mind your steps there. The Vesta in the clergyman's uplifted hand consumed itself in a long soft flame and was let fall. At their feet its red speck died, and moldy air closed round them. How interesting. A refined accent said in the gloom. Yes, sir, Ned Lambert said heartily. We are standing in the historic council chamber of St. Mary's Abbey where Silken Thomas proclaimed himself a rebel in 1534. This is the most historic spot in all Dublin. O'Madden Burke is going to write something about it one of these days. The old Bank of Ireland was over the way till the time of the Union, and the original Jews' temple was here too before they built their synagogue over in Adelaide Road. You were never here before, Jack, were you? No, Ned. He rode down through Dame Walk, the refined accent said, if my memory serves me. The mansion of the Kildares was in Thomas Court. That's right, Ned Lambert said. That's quite right, sir. If you will be so kind then, the clergyman said, the next time to allow me perhaps. Certainly, Ned Lambert said. Bring the camera whenever you like. I'll get those bags cleared away from the windows. You can take it from here or from here. In the still faint light he moved about, tapping with his lath the piled seed bags and points of vantage on the floor. From a long face a beard and gaze hung on the chessboard. I'm deeply obliged, Mr. Lambert, the clergyman said. I won't trespass on your valuable time. You're welcome, sir, Ned Lambert said. Drop in whenever you like. Next week, say. Can you see? Yes, yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Lambert. Very pleased to have met you. Pleasure is mine, sir, Ned Lambert answered. He followed his guest to the outlet and then whirled his lath away among the pillars. With J. O'Malley he came forth slowly into Mary's Abbey where draymen were loading floats with sacks of carob and palm-nut meal. O'Connor, Wexford. He stood to read the card in his hand. The Reverend Hugh C. Love, Ratguffey. Present address, St. Michael's, Sallins. Nice young chap he is. He's writing a book about the Fitzgeralds, he told me. He's well up in history, faith. The young woman with slow care detached from her light skirt a clinging twig. I thought you were at a new gunpowder plot, J. O'Malley said. Ned Lambert cracked his fingers in the air. God! He cried. I forgot to tell him that one about the Earl of Kildare after he set fire to Cashel Cathedral. You know that one? I'm bloody sorry I did it, says he, but I declare to God I thought the Archbishop was inside. He mightn't like it, though. What? God, I'll tell him anyhow. That was the great Earl, the Fitzgerald Moore. Hot members they were all of them, the Geraldines. The horses he passed started nervously under their slack harness. He slapped a piebald haunch quivering near him and cried, Whoa, sonny. He turned to J. O'Malley and asked, Well, Jack? What is it? What's the trouble? Wait a while. Hold hard. With gaping mouth and head far back he stood still and, after an instant, sneezed loudly. Chow! He said. Blast you. The dust from those sacks, J. O'Malley said politely. No, Ned Lambert gasped, I caught a cold night before, blast your soul, night before last, and there was a hell of a lot of draft. He held his handkerchief ready for the coming. I was, Glenavon this morning, poor little, what do you call him, Chow, mother of Moses. Tom Rochford took the top disc from the pile he clasped against his claret waistcoat. See? He said. Say it's turn 6. In here, see. Turn now on. He slid it into the left slot for them. It shot down the groove, wobbled a while, ceased, ogling them. 6. Lawyers of the past, haughty, pleading, beheld pass from the Consolidated Taxing Office to Nice Prius Court Richie Goulding carrying the cost bag of Goulding, Collis and Ward and heard rustling from the Admiralty Division of King's Bench to the Court of Appeal an elderly female with false teeth smiling incredulously and a black silk skirt of great amplitude. See? He said. See now the last one I put in is over here, turns over. The impact. Leverage, see? He showed them the rising column of discs on the right. Smart idea, Nosy Flynn said, snuffling. So a fellow coming in late can see what turn is on and what turns are over. See? Tom Rochford said. He slid in a disc for himself, and watched it shoot, wobble, ogle, stop, 4. Turn now on. I'll see him now in the Ormond, Lenihan said, and sound him. One good turn deserves another. Do, Tom Rochford said. Tell him I'm boilin' with impatience. Good night, McCoy said abruptly. When you two begin Nosy Flynn stooped towards the lever, snuffling at it. But how does it work here, Tommy? He asked. Ta'aralu, Lenihan said. See you later. He followed McCoy out across the tiny square of Crampton Court. He's a hero, he said simply. I know, McCoy said. The drain, you mean? Drain? Lenihan said. It was down a manhole. They passed Dan Lowry's music hall where Marie Kindle, charming soubrette, smiled on them from a poster a dauby smile. Going down the path of Sycamore Street beside the Empire Music Hall Lenihan showed McCoy how the whole thing was. One of those manholes like a bloody gas pipe and there was the poor devil stuck down in it, half choked with sewer gas. Down went Tom Rochford anyhow, bookie's vest and all, with the rope round him. And be damned but he got the rope round the poor devil and the two were hauled up. The act of a hero, he said. At the Dolphin they halted to allow the ambulance car to gallop past them for Jervis Street. This way, he said, walking to the right. I want to pop into Linham's to see Scepter's starting price. What's the time by your gold watch and chain? McCoy peered into Marcus Sturdius Moses' somber office, then at O'Neill's clock. After 3, he said. Who's riding her? Oh. Madden, Lenihan said. And a game filly she is. While he waited in Temple Bar McCoy dodged a banana peel with gentle pushes of his toe from the path to the gutter. Fellow might damn easy get a nasty fall there coming along tight in the dark. The gates of the drive open wide to give egress to the viceregal cavalcade. Even money, Lenihan said returning. I knocked against bantam lions in there going to back a bloody horse someone gave him that hasn't an earthly. Through here. They went up the steps and under Merchant's Arch. A dark-backed figure scanned books on the hawker's cart. There he is, Lenihan said. Wonder what he's buying, McCoy said, glancing behind. Leopoldo or the Bloom is on the rye, Lenihan said. He's dead nuts on sales, McCoy said. I was with him one day and he bought a book from an old one in Liffey Street for 2 bob. There were fine plates in it worth double the money, the stars and the moon and comets with long tails. Astronomy it was about. Lenihan laughed. I'll tell you a damn good one about comets' tails, he said. Come over in the sun. They crossed to the metal bridge and went along Wellington Quay by the river wall. Master Patrick Aloysius Dignam came out of Mangan's, late Fehrenbach's, carrying 1.5 pounds of pork steaks. There was a long spread out at Glencree Reformatory, Lenihan said eagerly. The annual dinner, you know. Boiled shirt affair. The Lord Mayor was there, Val Dillon it was, and Sir Charles Cameron and Dan Dawson spoke and there was music. Bartale Darcy sang and Benjamin Dollard, I know, McCoy broke in. My missus sang there once. Did she? Lenihan said. A card unfurnished apartments reappeared on the windows ash of number 7 Eccles Street. He checked his tail a moment but broke out in a wheezy laugh. But wait till I tell you, he said. Delahunt of Camden Street had the catering and yours truly was chief bottle washer. Bloom and the wife were there. Lashings of stuff we put up, port wine and sherry and curacao to which we did ample justice. Fast and furious it was. After liquids came solids. Cold joints galore and mince pies, I know, McCoy said. The year the missus was there, Lenihan linked his arm warmly. But wait till I tell you, he said. We had a midnight lunch too after all the jollification and when we sallied forth it was blue o'clock the morning after the night before. Coming home it was a gorgeous winter's night on the Featherbed Mountain. Bloom and Chris Callanan were on one side of the car and I was with the wife on the other. We started singing glees and duets, lo, the early beam of morning. She was well primed with a good load of Delahunt's port under her belly band. Every jolt the bloody car gave I had her bumping up against me. Hell's delights. She has a fine pair, God bless her. Like that. He held his caved hands a cubit from him, frowning. I was tucking the rug under her and settling her boa all the time. Know what I mean? His hands molded ample curves of air. He shut his eyes tight in delight, his body shrinking, and blew a sweet chirp from his lips. The lad stood to attention anyhow, he said with a sigh. She's a gamey mare and no mistake. Bloom was pointing out all the stars and the comets in the heavens to Chris Callanan and the Jarvey, the Great Bear and Hercules and the Dragon, and the whole jing-bang lot. But, by God, I was lost, so to speak, in the Milky Way. He knows them all, Faith. At last she spotted a weeny-weeshy 1 miles away. And what star is that, Poldy? Says she. By God, she had Bloom cornered. That one, is it? Says Chris Callanan, sure that's only what you might call a pinprick. By God, he wasn't far wide of the mark. Lenihan stopped and leaned on the river wall, panting with soft laughter. I'm weak, he gasped. McCoy's white face smiled about it at instants and grew grave. Lenihan walked on again. He lifted his yachting cap and scratched his hind head rapidly. He glanced sideways in the sunlight at McCoy. He's a cultured all-roundman, Bloom is, he said seriously. He's not one of your common or garden, you know, there's a touch of the artist about old Bloom. Mr. Bloom turned over idly pages of the awful disclosures of Maria Monk, then of Aristotle's masterpiece. Crooked botched print. Plates, infants cuddled in a ball in blooded wombs like livers of slaughtered cows. Lots of them like that at this moment all over the world. All butting with their skulls to get out of it. Child born every minute somewhere. Mrs. Purefoy. He laid both books aside and glanced at the third, Tales of the Ghetto by Leopold von Sacher-Masoch. That I had, he said, pushing it by. The shopman let 2 volumes fall on the counter. "Them are 2 good ones," he said. Onions of his breath came across the counter out of his ruined mouth. He bent to make a bundle of the other books, hugged them against his unbuttoned waistcoat and bore them off behind the dingy curtain. On O'Connell Bridge many persons observed the grave deportment and gay apparel of Mr. Dennis J. Maginey, professor of dancing and C. Mr. Bloom, alone, looked at the titles. Fair Tyrants by James Love Birch. Know the kind that is? Had it? Yes. He opened it. Thought so. A woman's voice behind the dingy curtain. Listen, the man. Number she wouldn't like that much. Got her at once. He read the other title, Sweets of Sin. More in her line. Let us see. He read where his finger opened. All the dollar bills her husband gave her were spent in the stores on wondrous gowns and costliest frillies. For him. For Raoul. Yes. This. Here. Try. Her mouth glued on his in a luscious voluptuous kiss while his hands felt for the opulent curves inside her deshabille. Yes. Take this. The end. You are late, he spoke hoarsely, eyeing her with a suspicious glare. The beautiful woman threw off her sable latrime drap, displaying her queenly shoulders and heaving embonpoint. An imperceptible smile played round her perfect lips as she turned to him calmly. Mr. Bloom read again, the beautiful woman. Warmth showered gently over him, cowing his flesh. Flesh yielded amply amid rumpled clothes, whites of eyes swooning up. His nostrils arched themselves for prey. Melting breast ointments, for him. For Raoul. Armpits oniony sweat. Fish gluey slime, her heaving embonpoint. Feel. Press. Crushed. Sulphur dung of lions. Young. An elderly female, no more young, left the building of the Courts of Chancery, King's Bench, Exchequer and Common Pleas, having heard in the Lord Chancellor's Court the case in lunacy of Potterton, in the Admiralty Division the summons, ex parte motion, of the owners of the Lady Cairns versus the owners of the Bark Mona, in the Court of Appeal reservation of judgment in the case of Harvey versus the Ocean Accident and Guarantee Corporation. Phlegmy coughs shook the air of the bookshop, bulging out the dingy curtains. The shopman's uncombed grey head came out and his unshaven reddened face, coughing. He raked his throat rudely, puked phlegm on the floor. He put his boot on what he had spat, wiping his sole along it, and bent, showing a raw-skinned crown, scantily haired. Mr. Bloom beheld it. Mastering his troubled breath, he said, "I'll take this one." The shopman lifted eyes bleared with old rheum. "Sweets of Sin," he said, tapping on it. "That's a good one." The lackey by the door of Dillon's auction rooms shook his handbell twice again and viewed himself in the chalked mirror of the cabinet. Dilly Dedalus, loitering by the curbstone, heard the beats of the bell, the cries of the auctioneer within. 4 and 9. Those lovely curtains. 5 shillings. Cozy curtains. Selling new at 2 guineas. Any advance on 5 shillings? Going for 5 shillings. The lackey lifted his handbell and shook it, brang. Bang of the last lap bell spurred the Huffmo wheelmen to their sprint. J. A. Jackson, W. E. Wiley, A. Monroe and H. T. Gahan, their stretched necks wagging, negotiated the curve by the college library. Mr. Dedalus, tugging a long mustache, came round from Williams's row. He halted near his daughter. "It's time for you," she said. "Stand up straight for the love of the Lord Jesus," Mr. Dedalus said. "Are you trying to imitate your Uncle John, the cornet player, head upon shoulder? Melancholy God." Dilly shrugged her shoulders. Mr. Dedalus placed his hands on them and held them back. "Stand up straight, girl," he said. "You'll get curvature of the spine. Do you know what you look like?" He let his head sink suddenly down and forward, hunching his shoulders and dropping his underjaw. "Give it up, father," Dilly said. "All the people are looking at you." Mr. Dedalus drew himself upright and tugged again at his mustache. "Did you get any money?" Dilly asked. "Where would I get money?" Mr. Dedalus said. "There is no one in Dublin would lend me 4pence. You got some, Dilly said, looking in his eyes. How do you know that? Mr. Dedalus asked, his tongue in his cheek. Mr. Kernan, pleased with the order he had booked, walked boldly along James's street. I know you did, Dilly answered. Were you in the Scotch house now? I was not, then, Mr. Dedalus said, smiling. Was it the little nuns taught you to be so saucy? Here. He handed her a shilling. See if you can do anything with that, he said. I suppose you got 5, Dilly said. Give me more than that. Wait a while, Mr. Dedalus said threateningly. You're like the rest of them, are you? An insolent pack of little bitches since your poor mother died. But wait a while. You'll all get a short shrift and a long day from me. Low blackguardism. I'm going to get rid of you. Wouldn't care if I was stretched out stiff. He's dead. The man upstairs is dead. He left her and walked on. Dilly followed quickly and pulled his coat. Well, what is it? He said, stopping. The lackey rang his bell behind their backs. Brang. Curse your bloody blatant soul, Mr. Dedalus cried, turning on him. The lackey, aware of comment, shook the lolling clapper of his bell but feebly. Bang. Mr. Dedalus stared at him. Watch him, he said. It's instructive. I wonder will he allow us to talk? You got more than that, father, Dilly said. I'm going to show you a little trick, Mr. Dedalus said. I'll leave you all where Jesus left the Jews. Look, there's all I have. I got 2 shillings from Jack Power and I spent 2pence for a shave for the funeral. He drew forth a handful of copper coins, nervously. Can't you look for some money somewhere? Dilly said. Mr. Dedalus thought and nodded. I will, he said gravely. I looked all along the gutter in O'Connell Street. I'll try this one now. You're very funny, Dilly said, grinning. Here, Mr. Dedalus said, handing her 2 pennies. Get a glass of milk for yourself and a bun or something. I'll be home shortly. He put the other coins in his pocket and started to walk on. The viceregal cavalcade passed, greeted by obsequious policemen, out of Park Gate. I'm sure you have another shilling, Dilly said. The lackey banged loudly. Mr. Dedalus amid the din walked off, murmuring to himself with a pursing mincing mouth gently, the little nuns. Nice little things. Oh, sure they wouldn't do anything. Oh, sure they wouldn't really. Is it little Sister Monica? From the sundial towards James's Gate walked Mr. Kernan, pleased with the order he had booked for Pulbrook Robertson, boldly along James's Street, past Shackleton's offices. Got round him all right. How do you do, Mr. Crimmins? First rate, sir. I was afraid you might be up in your other establishment in Pimlico. How are things going? Just keeping alive. Lovely weather we're having. Yes, indeed. Good for the country. Those farmers are always grumbling. I'll just take a thimbleful of your best gin, Mr. Crimmins. A small gin, sir. Yes, sir. Terrible affair that General Slocum explosion. Terrible, terrible. 1,000 casualties. And heartrending scenes. Men trampling down women and children. Most brutal thing. What do they say was the cause? Spontaneous combustion. Most scandalous revelation. Not a single lifeboat would float and the fire hose all burst. What I can't understand is how the inspectors ever allowed a boat like that. Now, you're talking straight, Mr. Crimmins. You know why? Palm oil. Is that a fact? Without a doubt. Well now, look at that. And America they say is the land of the free. I thought we were bad here. I smiled at him. America, I said quietly, just like that. What is it? The sweepings of every country including our own. Isn't that true? That's a fact. Graft, my dear sir. Well, of course, where there's money going there's always someone to pick it up. Saw him looking at my frock coat. Dress does it. Nothing like a dressy appearance. Bowls them over. Hello, Simon, Father Cowley said. How are things? Hello, Bob, old man, Mr. Dedalus answered, stopping. Mr. Kernan halted and preened himself before the sloping mirror of Peter Kennedy, hairdresser. Stylish coat, beyond a doubt. Scott of Dawson Street. Well worth the half-sovereign I gave Neary for it. Never built under 3 guineas. Fits me down to the ground. Some Kildare Street club toff had it probably. John Mulligan, the manager of the Hibernian Bank, gave me a very sharp eye yesterday on Carlisle Bridge as if he remembered me. Ahem. Must dress the character for those fellows. Knight of the road. Gentlemen. And now, Mr. Crimmins, may we have the honor of your custom again, sir? The cup that cheers but not inebriates, as the old saying has it. North Wall and Sir John Rogerson's Quay, with hulls and anchor chains, sailing westward, sailed by a skiff, a crumpled throwaway, rocked on the ferry wash. Elijah is coming. Mr. Kernan glanced in farewell at his image. High color, of course. Grizzled mustache. Returned Indian officer. Bravely he bore his stumpy body forward on spatted feet, squaring his shoulders. Is that Ned Lambert's brother over the way, Sam? What? Yes. He's as like it as damn it. No. The windscreen of that motor car in the sun there. Just a flash like that. Damn like him. Ahem. Hot spirit of juniper juice warmed his vitals and his breath. Good drop of gin, that was. His frocktails winked in bright sunshine to his fat strut. Down there Emmet was hanged, drawn and quartered. Greasy black rope. Dogs licking the blood off the street when the Lord Lieutenant's wife drove by in her noddy. Bad times those were. Well, well. Over and done with. Great topers too. 4 bottle men. Let me see. Is he buried in St. Michan's? Or no, there was a midnight burial in Glenavine. Corpse brought in through a secret door in the wall. Dignam is there now. Went out in a puff. Well, well. Better turn down here. Make a detour. Mr. Kernan turned and walked down the slope of Watling Street by the corner of Guinness's visitors' waiting room. Outside the Dublin Distillers Company's stores an outside car without fare or jarvey stood, the reins knotted to the wheel. Damn dangerous thing. Some temporary boss to endangering the lives of the citizens. Runaway horse. Dennis Breen with his tomes, weary of having waited an hour in John Henry Menton's office, led his wife over O'Connell Bridge, bound for the office of Messrs. Collis and Ward. Mr. Kernan approached Highland Street. Times of the Troubles. Must ask Ned Lambert to lend me those reminiscences of Sir Jonah Barrington. When you look back on it all now in a kind of retrospective arrangement. Gaming at Daly's. No card sharping then. One of those fellows got his hand nailed to the table by a dagger. Somewhere here Lord Edward Fitzgerald escaped from Major Sir. Stables behind Moira House. Damn good gin that was. Fine dashing young nobleman. Good stock, of course. That ruffian, that sham squire, with his violet gloves gave him away. Course they were on the wrong side. They rose in dark and evil days. Fine poem that is, Ingram. They were gentlemen. Ben Dollard does sing that ballad touchingly. Masterly rendition. At the siege of Ross did my father fall. A cavalcade in easy trot along Pembroke Quay passed, outriders leaping in their saddles. Frock coats. Cream sunshades. Mr. Kernan hurried forward, blowing pursily. His Excellency. Too bad. Just missed that by a hair. Damn it. What a pity. Stephen Dedalus watched through the webbed window the lapidary's fingers prove a time-eat-old chain. Dust webbed the window and the show trays. Dust darkened the toiling fingers with their vulture nails. Dust slept on dull coils of bronze and silver, lozenges of cinnabar, on rubies, leprous and wine-dark stones. Born all in the dark wormy earth, cold specks of fire, evil, lights shining in the darkness. Where fallen archangels flung the stars of their brows. Muddy swine snouts, hands, root and root, gripe and rest them. She dances in a foul gloom where gum bums with garlic. A sailorman, rust-bearded, sips from a beaker rum and eyes her. A long and sieved silent rut. She dances, capers, wagging her sowish haunches and her hips, On her gross belly flapping a ruby egg. Old Russell, with a smeared chamois rag burnished again his gem, turned it and held it at the point of his Moses beard. Grandfather Ape gloating on a stolen hoard. And you who wrest old images from the burial earth? The brain-sick words of sophists, anti-Satans. Allure of drugs. Orient and immortal wheat standing from everlasting to everlasting. Two old women fresh from their whiff of the briny trudged through Irish town along London Bridge Road, one with a sanded tired umbrella, one with a midwife's bag in which 11 cockles rolled. The whir of flapping leathern bands and hum of dynamos from the powerhouse urged Stephen to be on. Bayingless beings. Stop. Throb always without you and the throb always within. Your heart you sing of. I between them. Where? Between two roaring worlds where they swirl, I shatter them, one and both. But stun myself too in the blow. Shatter me you who can. Bawd and butcher were the words. I say. Not yet a while. A look around. Yes, quite true. Very large and wonderful and keeps famous time. You say right, sir. A Monday morning, 'twas so, indeed. Stephen went down Bedford Row, the handle of the ash clacking against his shoulder blade. In Clohissey's window a faded 186 print of Heenan boxing sayers held his eye. Staring backers with square hats stood round the roped prize ring. The heavyweights in tight loincloths proposed gently each to other his bulbous fists. And they are throbbing, heroes' hearts. He turned and halted by the slanted book cart. 2 pence each, the huckster said. 4 for 6 pence. Tattered pages. The Irish Beekeeper. Life and Miracles of the Cure of Ars. Pocket Guide to Killarney. I might find here one of my pond school prizes. Stefano di Dello, alumno optimo, palmum ferenti. Father Conmee, having read his little hours, walked through the hamlet of Donnycarney, murmuring vespers. Binding too good probably. What is this? 8th and 9th Book of Moses. Secret of all secrets. Seal of King David. Thumbed pages, read and read. Who has passed here before me? How to soften chapped hands. Recipe for white wine vinegar. How to win a woman's love. For me this. Say the following talisman 3 times with hands folded. Say El Yilo Nibra Cata Femininum. Amor mi solo. Sanctus. Amen. Who wrote this? Charms and invocations of the most blessed Abbot Peter Salanka to all true believers divulged. As good as any other abbot's charms, as mumbling Joachim's. Down, Baldonado, or we'll wool your wool. What are you doing here, Stephen? Dilly's high shoulders and shabby dress. Shut the book quick. Don't let's see. What are you doing? Stephen said. A Stuart face of none such Charles, lank locks falling at its sides. It glowed as she crouched feeding the fire with broken boots. I told her of Paris. Lately abed under a quilt of old overcoats, fingering a pinchbeck bracelet, Dan Kelly's token. Nibra Cata Femininum. What have you there? Stephen asked. I bought it from the other cart for a penny, Dilly said, laughing nervously. Is it any good? My eyes they say she has. Do others see me so? Quick, far and daring. Shadow of my mind. He took the coverless book from her hand. Chardinal's French primer. What did you buy that for? He asked. To learn French? She nodded, reddening and closing tight her lips. Show no surprise. Quite natural. Here, Stephen said. It's all right. Mine Maggie doesn't pawn it on you. I suppose all my books are gone. Some, Dilly said. We had to. She is drowning. Age and bite. Save her. Age and bite. All against us. She will drown me with her eyes and hair. Lank coils of seaweed hair around me, my heart, my soul. Salt green death. We. Age and bite of Inuit. Inuit's age and bite. Misery. Misery. Hello, Simon, Father Cowley said. How are things? Hello, Bob, old man, Mr. Dedalus answered, stopping. They clasped hands loudly outside Reddy and daughters. Father Cowley brushed his mustache off and downward with his scooping hand. What's the best news? Mr. Dedalus said. Why then not much, Father Cowley said. I'm barricaded up, Simon, with 2 men prowling around the house trying to effect an entrance. Jolly, Mr. Dedalus said. Who is it? Oh, Father Cowley said. A certain Gombin man of our acquaintance. With a broken back, is it? Mr. Dedalus asked. The same, Simon, Father Cowley answered. Reuben of that ilk. I'm just waiting for Ben Dollard. He's going to say a word to Long John to get him to take those 2 men off. All I want is a little time. He looked with vague hope up and down the quay, a big apple bulging in his neck. I know, Mr. Dedalus said, nodding. Poor old Bokiti Ben. He's always doing a good turn for someone. Hold hard. He put on his glasses and gazed towards the metal bridge an instant. There he is, by God, he said, ass and pockets. Ben Dollard's loose blue cutaway and square hat above large slops crossed the quay in full gait from the metal bridge. He came towards them at an amble, scratching actively behind his coattails. As he came near, Mr. Dedalus greeted, "Hold that fellow with the bad trousers." "Hold him now," Ben Dollard said. Mr. Dedalus eyed with cold wandering scorn various points of Ben Dollard's figure. Then, turning to Father Cowley with a nod, he muttered sneeringly, "That's a pretty garment, isn't it, for a summer's day?" "Why, God eternally curse your soul," Ben Dollard growled furiously, "I threw out more clothes in my time than you ever saw." He stood beside them beaming, on them first and on his roomy clothes from points of which Mr. Dedalus flicked fluff, saying, "They were made for a man in his health, Ben, anyhow." "Bad luck to the Jewman that made them," Ben Dollard said. "Thanks be to God he's not paid yet." "And how is that basso profundo, Benjamin?" Father Cowley asked. Cashel Boyle O'Connor Fitzmaurice Distal Farrell, murmuring, glassy-eyed, strode past the Kildare Street Club. Ben Dollard frowned and, making suddenly a chanter's mouth, gave forth a deep note. "Ah," he said. "That's the style," Mr. Dedalus said, nodding to its drone. "What about that?" Ben Dollard said. "Not too dusty?" "What?" He turned to both. "That'll do," Father Cowley said, nodding also. The Reverend Hugh C. Love walked from the old chapter house of St. Mary's Abbey past James and Charles Kennedy's, rectifiers, attended by Geraldine Stall and Personable, towards the Tholsel beyond the ford of Hurdles. Ben Dollard with a heavy list towards the shop fronts led them forward, his joyful fingers in the air. "Come along with me to the sub-sheriff's office," he said. "I want to show you the new beauty Rock has for a bailiff. He's a cross between Longula and Lynchahan. He's well worth seeing, mind you. Come along. I saw John Henry Menton casually in the bodega just now and it will cost me a fall if I don't. Wait a while, we're on the right lay, Bob, believe you me." "For a few days tell him," Father Cowley said anxiously. Ben Dollard halted and stared, his loud orifice open, a dangling button of his coat wagging bright-backed from its thread as he wiped away the heavy shrams that clogged his eyes to hear aright. "What few days?" he boomed. "Hasn't your landlord distrained for rent?" "He has," Father Cowley said. "Then our friend's writ is not worth the paper it's printed on," Ben Dollard said. "The landlord has the prior claim. I gave him all the particulars. 29 Windsor Avenue. Love is the name?" "That's right," Father Cowley said. "The Reverend Mr. Love. He's a minister in the country somewhere." "But are you sure of that?" "You can tell Barabbas from me," Ben Dollard said, "that he can put that writ where Jacko put the nuts." He led Father Cowley boldly forward, linked to his bulk. "Filberts I believe they were," Mr. Dedalus said, as he dropped his glasses on his coat front, following them. "The youngster will be all right," Martin Cunningham said, as they passed out of the castle yard gate. The policeman touched his forehead. "God bless you," Martin Cunningham said, cheerily. He signed to the waiting Jarvey who chucked at the reins and set on towards Lord Edward Street. Bronze by gold, Miss Kennedy's head by Mrs. head, appeared above the cross blind of the Ormond Hotel. "Yes," Martin Cunningham said, fingering his beard. "I wrote to Father Conmee and laid the whole case before him." "You could try our friend," Mr. Power suggested backward. "Boyd?" Martin Cunningham said shortly. "Touch me not." John Wise Nolan, lagging behind, reading the list, came after them quickly down Cork Hill. On the steps of the City Hall, Councillor Nanetti, descending, hailed Alderman Cowley and Councillor Abraham Lyon ascending. The castle car wheeled empty into Upper Exchange Street. "Look here, Martin," John Wise Nolan said, overtaking them at the mail office. "I see Bloom put his name down for 5 shillings. "Quite right," Martin Cunningham said, taking the list. "And put down the 5 shillings too." Without a second word either, Mr. Power said. "Strange but true," Martin Cunningham added. John Wise Nolan opened wide eyes. "I'll say there is much kindness in the Jew," he quoted, elegantly. They went down Parliament Street. "There's Jimmy Henry," Mr. Power said, "just heading for Kavanaugh's." "Righto," Martin Cunningham said. "Here goes." Outside La Maison Claire Blazes Boylan waylaid Jack Mooney's brother-in-law, Humpy, tight, making for the Liberties. John Wise Nolan fell back with Mr. Power, while Martin Cunningham took the elbow of a dapper little man in a shower of hail suit, who walked uncertainly, with hasty steps past Mickey Anderson's watches. "The assistant town clerk's corns are giving him some trouble," John Wise Nolan told Mr. Power. They followed round the corner towards James Kavanagh's wine rooms. The empty castle car fronted them at rest in Essex Gate. Martin Cunningham, speaking always, showed off in the list at which Jimmy Henry did not glance. "And Long John Fanning is here too," John Wise Nolan said, as large as life. The tall form of Long John Fanning filled the doorway where he stood. "Good day, Mr. Sub-Sheriff," Martin Cunningham said, as all halted and greeted. Long John Fanning made no way for them. He removed his large Henry Clay decisively, and his large fierce eyes scowled intelligently over all their faces. "Are the conscript fathers pursuing their peaceful deliberations?" he said with rich acrid utterance to the assistant town clerk. "Hell open to Christians they were having," Jimmy Henry said pettishly, "about their damned Irish language. Where was the marshal, he wanted to know, to keep order in the council chamber? And old Barlow the mace bearer laid up with asthma, no mace on the table, nothing in order, no quorum even, and Hutchinson, the Lord Mayor, inlanded no, and little Lorcan Sherlock doing locum tenens for him. Damned Irish language, language of our forefathers." Long John Fanning blew a plume of smoke from his lips. Martin Cunningham spoke by turns, twirling the peak of his beard, to the assistant town clerk and the sub-sheriff, while John Wise Nolan held his peace. "What dignam was that?" Long John Fanning asked. Jimmy Henry made a grimace and lifted his left foot. "Oh, my corns!" he said plaintively. "Come upstairs for goodness sake till I sit down somewhere." "Off." "Oh. Mind." Testily he made room for himself beside Long John Fanning's flank and passed in and up the stairs. "Come on up," Martin Cunningham said to the sub-sheriff. "I don't think you knew him, or perhaps you did, though." With John Wise Nolan, Mr. Power followed them in. "Decent little soul he was," Mr. Power said to the stalwart back of Long John Fanning ascending towards Long John Fanning in the mirror. "Rather low-sized." "Dignam of Minton's office that was," Martin Cunningham said. Long John Fanning could not remember him. Clatter of horse hoofs sounded from the air. "What's that?" Martin Cunningham said. All turned where they stood. John Wise Nolan came down again. From the cool shadow of the doorway he saw the horses pass Parliament Street, harness and glossy pasterns in sunlight shimmering. Gaily they went past before his cool unfriendly eyes, not quickly. In saddles of the leaders, leaping leaders, rode outriders. "What was it?" Martin Cunningham asked, as they went on up the staircase. "The Lord Lieutenant General and General Governor of Ireland," John Wise Nolan answered from the stairfoot. As they trod across the thick carpet, Buck Mulligan whispered behind his Panama to Haynes, "Parnell's brother. There in the corner." They chose a small table near the window, opposite a long-faced man whose beard and gaze hung intently down on a chessboard. "Is that he?" Haynes asked, twisting round in his seat. "Yes," Mulligan said. "That's John Howard, his brother, our city marshal." John Howard Parnell translated a white bishop quietly, and his grey claw went up again to his forehead whereat it rested. An instant after, under its screen, his eyes looked quickly, ghost-bright, at his foe and fell once more upon a working corner. "I'll take a mélange," Haynes said to the waitress. "2 mélanges," Buck Mulligan said. "And bring us some scones and butter and some cakes as well." When she had gone he said, laughing, "We call it DBC because they have damn bad cakes." "Oh, but you missed Daedalus on Hamlet." Haynes opened his new bought book. "I'm sorry," he said. "Shakespeare is the happy hunting ground of all minds that have lost their balance." The unalloyed sailor growled at the area of 14 Nelson Street. "England expects." Buck Mulligan's primrose waistcoat shook gaily to his laughter. "You should see him," he said, "when his body loses its balance. Wandering Angus I call him." "I am sure he has a need affix," Haynes said, pinching his chin thoughtfully with thumb and forefinger. "Now I am speculating what it would be likely to be. Such persons always have." Buck Mulligan bent across the table gravely. "They drove his wits astray," he said, "by visions of hell. He will never capture the Attic note. The note of Swinburne, of all poets, the White Death and the Ruddy Birth. That is his tragedy. He can never be a poet. The joy of creation, eternal punishment," Haynes said, nodding curtly. "I see. I tackled him this morning on belief. There was something on his mind, I saw. It's rather interesting because Professor Picorni of Vienna makes an interesting point out of that." Buck Mulligan's watchful eyes saw the waitress come. He helped her to unload her tray. "He can find no trace of hell in ancient Irish myth," Haynes said, amid the cheerful cups. "The moral idea seems lacking, the sense of destiny, of retribution. Rather strange he should have just that fixed idea. Does he write anything for your movement?" He sank 2 lumps of sugar deftly longwise through the whipped cream. Buck Mulligan slit a steaming scone in 2 and plastered butter over its smoking pith. He bit off a soft piece hungrily. 10 years, he said, chewing and laughing. "He is going to write something in 10 years. Seems a long way off," Haynes said, thoughtfully lifting his spoon. "Still, I shouldn't wonder if he did after all." He tasted a spoonful from the creamy cone of his cup. "This is real Irish cream, I take it," he said with forbearance. "I don't want to be imposed on." Elijah, skiff, light crumpled throwaway, sailed eastward by flanks of ships and trawlers, amid an archipelago of corks, beyond New Wapping Street past Benson's Ferry, and by the 3-masted schooner Rosavian from Bridgewater with bricks. Almadino Artifoni walked past Hall Street, past Sewell's Yard. Behind him Cashel Boyle O'Connor Fitzmaurice Distal Farrell, with stick umbrella dustcoat dangling, shunned the lamp before Mr. Lawsmith's house and, crossing, walked along Marion Square. Distantly behind him a blind stripling tapped his way by the wall of College Park. Cashel Boyle O'Connor Fitzmaurice Distal Farrell walked as far as Mr. Lewis Werner's cheerful windows, then turned and strode back along Marion Square, his stick umbrella dustcoat dangling. At the corner of Wild's house he halted, frowned at Elijah's name announced on the Metropolitan Hall, frowned at the distant pleasance of Duke's Lawn. His eyeglass flashed frowning in the sun. With rat's teeth bared he muttered, "Coctus Valui." He strode on for Clare Street, grinding his fierce word. As he strode past Mr. Bloom's dental windows the sway of his dustcoat brushed rudely from its angle a slender tapping cane and swept onwards, having buffeted a Thulish body. The blind stripling turned his sickly face after the striding form. "God's curse on you," he said sourly, "whoever you are. You're blinder nor I am, you bitch's bastard." Opposite Truggy O'Donohoe's master Patrick Aloysius Dignam, pawing the £1.50 of mangans, late Fehrenbach's, pork steaks he had been sent for, went along warm Wicklow Street dawdling. It was too blooming dull sitting in the parlor with Mrs. Stewart and Mrs. Quigley and Mrs. McDowell and the blind down and they all at their sniffles and sipping sups of the superior tawny sherry Uncle Barney brought from Tunney's. And they eating crumbs of the cottage fruit cake, enjoying the whole blooming time and sighing. After Wicklow Lane the window of Madame Doyle, court dress milliner, stopped him. He stood looking in at the two puckers stripped to their belts and putting up their props. From the side mirrors two morning masters Dignam gaped silently. Myler Q, Dublin's pet lamb, will meet Sergeant Major Bennett, the Portobello bruiser, for a purse of 50 sovereigns. Gob, that'd be a good pucking match to see. Myler Q, that's the chap sparring out to him with the green sash. 2-bar entrance, soldiers half price. I could easy do a bunk on Ma. Master Dignam on his left turned as he turned. That's me in mourning. When is it? May the 22nd. Sure, the blooming thing is all over. He turned to the right and on his right Master Dignam turned, his cap awry, his collar sticking up. Buttoning it down, his chin lifted, he saw the image of Marie Kindle, charming soubrette, beside the two puckers. One of them mo that doobie in the packets of fags Stewart smokes that his old fellow welted hell out of him for one time he found out. Master Dignam got his collar down and dawdled on. The best pucker going for strength was Fitzsimmons. One puck in the wind from that fellow would knock you into the middle of next week, man. But the best pucker for science was Jem Corbett before Fitzsimmons knocked the stuffings out of him, dodging and all. In Grafton Street Master Dignam saw a red flower in a toff's mouth and a swell pair of kicks on him and he listening to what the drunk was telling him and grinning all the time. No Sandy Mount tram. Master Dignam walked along Nassau Street, shifted the pork steaks to his other hand. His collar sprang up again and he tugged it down. The blooming stud was too small for the buttonhole of the shirt, blooming into it. He met schoolboys with satchels. I'm not going tomorrow either, stay away till Monday. He met other schoolboys. Do they notice I'm in mourning? Uncle Barney said he'd get it into the paper tonight. Then they'll all see it in the paper and read my name printed and Pa's name. His face got all gray instead of being red like it was and there was a fly walking over it up to his eye. The scrunch that was when they were screwing the screws into the coffin, and the bumps when they were bringing it downstairs. Pa was inside it and Ma crying in the parlor and Uncle Barney telling the men how to get it round the bend. A big coffin it was, and high and heavy looking. How was that? The last night Pa was boost he was standing on the landing there bawling out for his boots to go out to Tunney's for to boost more and he looked buddy and short in his shirt. Never see him again. Death, that is. Pa is dead. My father is dead. He told me to be a good son to Ma. I couldn't hear the other things he said but I saw his tongue and his teeth trying to say it better. Poor Pa. That was Mr. Dignam, my father. I hope he's in purgatory now because he went to confession to Father Conroy on Saturday night.